So I've got it right. Welcome to this meeting of the Horsham Planning Committee. I am Councillor Alice Brown and I will be chairing this committee meeting. I shall be supported by the Vice Chair, Councillor Van der Boer, and the professional officers. Thank you for attending. Excuse me. And may I remind members of the public, this is not a forum for the public to ask questions or challenge the points raised during the debate by officers or members of the committee. You must not engage with the members or call out during the meeting. We have a full agenda, so if you have requested to speak, when invited to do so, it's important that you keep to your allotted time. This is monitored and you will be asked to finish promptly when your time has been used. Your comments and discussion points must be relevant to the application the committee is considering. Please can I ask members of the committee to keep their comments to the point and avoid repetition. If another member has made the point, please take it as having been considered. I will be managing the debate accordingly. Despite the length of the agenda, the intention is to get through all items this evening, and we'll have breaks at various interviews throughout this evening. Various interviews, yes, I know. Various intervals. Thank you very much, Councillor Lambert. We are not expecting a fire drill this evening, so should you hear the alarm, please make your way to the nearest fire exit located at the rear of the chamber, and then assembly point is outside the Lynn Cross Public House. May I also ask council members and members of the public to please switch your mobile phones to off or silent, and when speaking, make sure, as I didn't, you turn the microphone on, and when you finish, please turn it off. When members are voting, make sure your arm is clearly raised so that we can accurately capture the vote. I remind members on the committee you cannot vote on the applications within your ward. I would also ask everyone here to please show respect to each other throughout the meeting. Please refrain from any personal comments relating to officers and members of the committee. Before we proceed, could the officers here this evening please introduce themselves, starting with the officers on my right.
Good evening, Giles Holbrook, Senior Planning Officer.
Nick Pettifer, Senior Planning Officer.
Matthew Porter, Planning Officer.
Emma Parks, the Head of Development.
Claire Brown, Principal Planning Solicitor.
Melissa Stallard, Democratic Services Officer.
Thank you very much. Agenda item number 1, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies for absence, and are there any substitutes here this evening?
Yes, we have apologies from Councillor Joan Gregg, and Councillor Jill Perry is substituting for her.
Thank you very much. The minutes of the meeting from the 22nd of July, do we accept these as a true reflection of the meeting? Agreed? Thank you very much. Declarations of members' interests. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Councillor Vickers, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to declare an interest as a parish councillor for Southwater, but I don't sit on their planning committee. It's not a prejudicial interest.
Thank you very much. Announcement from the Chair, none from the Chief Exec, but one from me. Agenda item number 9, which is DC 250527. 14 Saxon Road, Stenning, located in the Stenning and Ashurst ward, was withdrawn from the Planning Committee. The request to call this application to committee has been withdrawn and a decision will therefore be made under delegated powers. Depending on progress this evening, contrary to what I said earlier, there will be breaks at regular intervals. Thank you. Moving on to item number 5. The first application of this evening is DC 2006, land north of Melton Drive, Storrington, West Sussex. Please could the officer present the application to committee? Thank you.
Good evening, members. Please note there's a verbal update to this application on matters arising since the committee report was published. Firstly, the applicants confirmed additional 8,000 of costed real-time information board to the new bus shelter, and that brings the combined bus stop improvement contribution to 15k. West Sussex County Council Highways also confirms that the TRO cost detailed at paragraph 6.109 of the report, covers the entirety of the speed reduction and the associated works along Frying Road. Secondly, environmental health have had sight of outstanding information and are now entirely satisfied with contamination on the site. Thirdly, the council's housing officer has also had sight of the affordable housing schedule, and based on the scheme demonstrating a compliant policy scheme, raises no objection rather than more information as reported. Fourthly, the applicants confirmed there's no reliance on rainwater harvesting for the water neutrality scheme, and an updated strategy has been submitted to this effect. So turning to the main presentation. So this is an outline application. The site's shown red on the slide. It's for up to 62 new residential homes, including access and related works. As shown, the site is north of the settlement of Storrington, immediately abutting the built-up area boundary, within the neighbourhood plan policy green gap and subject to a policy 8 protection view number 4. A neighbourhood plan endorsed application for 60 homes is 5 to 7 minutes walk east of the site, shown on the slide. The proposal is at present a departure from an aged development plan. On the slide now, the site is bounded north by public right-of-way 2442 and other rights-of-way in the vicinity 2649 and 2448, which offer access to Storrington Centre and the wider countryside. Views shown on the slide demonstrate that views from the public right-of-way network in the immediacy are largely enclosed and intimate, with some penetrative views into the site, as in shown A. On this slide, it shows the designated heritage assets which exist north of the site. That's East Watley and West Watley Grade 2 star. Photo A shown is looking north towards West Watley chimney, marked by the yellow arrow. As explained in the committee report, the council's conservation officer and Historic England are satisfied less than substantial harm to the setting of West Watley would arise. And in correct accordance with national policy, officers have then balanced the planning benefits against harms. On the slide shown now, this is viewpoint 2463 north of the site, looking south. The site is outside of national park setting and the impacts on its qualities are negligible. Wider countryside receptor impact is not judged adverse accordingly. So on the slide now shown is the countryside between the red line of the application site and West Chiltington Common southern extremity, part of the neighbourhood plan green gap. Over 1 kilometre between the settlements will be unchanged post-development. Like in the 2014 appeal, the proposal is not judged to result in actual or perception of settlement coalescence, but will introduce a degree of urbanising effect. On the slide shown now is the comparison drawings of the 2014 appeal and the current proposal. Evident is the reduction in 40 units overall, with the extent of net developable area broken up into 2 parcels and reduced in extent further south of West Watley Farmhouse and east from Frying Road. On the slide now are certain parameter plans that will form the approval. These are what will be approved, not the indicative master plan. The schematic arrangement shown, which includes 35% affordable homes, drainage infrastructure, open space, including equipped play and managed land, and the scale of the buildings laid out across the site. These plans are responses to the sensitivities of the surroundings. That includes the setting of the heritage assets, the landscape character, informed by retention and protection of trees and boundary hedgerows, including veteran trees, with ecology interests protected, and also in response to the rural edge context and the safeguarding of neighbours' amenities. The proposal will be drained by sustainable means to the satisfaction of the flood authority, including attenuation basin and pumping station to the northwest corner. All surface water discharge will be via infiltration. So the consequence is there is no discharge to a watercourse and there is no discharge to a surface water sewer. On this slide here, the application is accompanied by a landscape and visual appraisal, which assesses the likely landscape and visual effects of the development. So you can see here is Frine Road, and at this viewpoint there will be localised residual urbanising effect by reason of the development of the site at year 15. Notwithstanding, over time, as existing vegetation continues to grow and the proposed vegetation becomes more established, views will be progressively more screened. And on the level of landscape effect, the change will be contained by the level of enclosure provided by existing vegetation within the landscape. Here are also some more visualisations taken from the applicant's LVA. This is the protected view 4. So a view across the development to wider countryside will be retained in accordance with this policy. Reserve matters stage does offer, as detailed in the committee report, further opportunity to refine and explore embedding this view further in terms of the arrangement of buildings. The last visualisation looks south from public right-of-way 244, which is south of West Watley Farmhouse. The site itself is beyond the first field enclosure that you can see containing the sheds and vehicles. And it demonstrates that the vast majority of houses, even in winter, will be screened by the perimeter landscaping, which will be retained and strengthened as part of the development. So in all the visualisations shown, the level of visual effect will reduce over time at year 15. This slide here shows issues around wider access for the site. So for the reasons set out in the committee report, your officers judge the proposal to be sustainably located for access to existing amenities and services and suitable for new homes. Walking route options, distances and times from development into Storrington Centre are deemed acceptable. They are acceptable to the appeal inspector in the 102 dwelling scheme. They are acceptable to the parish when they allocated the north end of Downside Avenues for a comparable number of future homes. These pictures here show existing highway conditions along Frine Road and Melton Road. The street trees shown will be retained and protected. On the slide here are technical details along with the access parameter plan, which are subject of approval. The main site access will be via a new formalised junction on Frine Road with a new footway along Frine Road to link into the bus stop south of Melton Drive, and you have a separate dedicated pedestrian and cycle connection onto Melton Drive. In addition to the site access points, the applicant's committed to various highway works. These are enhancements, not mitigation, and enhance active travel. Overall, all highway matters, including road safety and cumulative impacts on the capacity of a local road network, are to the satisfaction of officers and also the local highway officer who raises no objection. So coming to a conclusion, with regards to the habitat regs and the Arun Valley sites, the council has undertaken the HRAA that is published on the planning file for a number of months, and the proposal has demonstrated water neutrality with on-site efficiencies and obtaining water credit from the council's certification initiative. And bringing all the issues together, applying the planning balance, the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. On its latest findings, it can only demonstrate 1 year, and the applicant submits mitigations to address material considerations where necessary and limit and reduce harms against the benefit. And so, in overall summary, the submitted scheme delivers sustainable development when assessed against national policy, and the application is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Taking the first of the public speakers on this particular item, Colin Campbell, please. You need to go to the where it says speaker, and if you press the button on the right, that will turn the speaker on. Thank you. On your desk.
and then you'll be able to speak, and everyone will be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good evening. The neighbourhood plan specifically protected this site as a green gap to maintain the distinct separation between Storrington and West Chiltington. This was in line with the Council Policy 27, and which seeks to prevent the coalescence of rural settlements. Development on this site will be outside the boundary of the Storrington built-up area and does not meet the criteria for settlement expansion in the HDC strategic policies. The planning appeal decision on May 2014 stated that the site is clearly the beginning of the countryside beyond the north perimeter of Storrington village and provides a transitional function between village and countryside. The appeal decision also rejected the development at this site as it would cause substantial harm to the character and appearance of the setting of West Wantley, the Grade 2 star listed building, stating that the isolated rural setting is a very important part of the asset's significance as it provides its historical landscape context. Development would inevitably affect the significance of the asset due to changes to the character and appearance of the setting and appreciation of the sense of rural isolation, concluding that the level of harm to the setting would be significant and irreversible. The December 2024 MPPF also requires that any harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset or from development within its setting should require clear and convincing justification. The Horsham Conservation Department has also objected to this application, stating the impact will be harmful to the setting of the listed building, has concerns over the impact of nighttime lighting, the noise from domestic activity, and the loss of the rural setting, which will detrimentally impact the setting. Safety is also an issue. The footpath suggested by Waits is not practical. Many pedestrians will choose the direct, dangerous route to the village, with an unsafe 200-yard, narrow, winding stretch of road. Pedestrians will be at risk. There were 296 representations against development of this site in the recent local plan, including our local MP, who has also objected to this application. Surely these views, previous planning decisions and specific protection of the green gap and the requirements to protect the setting of heritage assets should not be ignored. Tom Fleming, the owner...
Could you bring your comments to conclusion, please?
Yes, certainly. Tom Fleming, the owner of West Wantley, has also stated that the isolation and seclusion is part of the fabric of West Wantley, and the feeling of being its own little bit of history that time forgot would forever be ruined by the urban light at night, noise and pollution. So please reject this application, keep our green cap and protect the setting of heritage assets. Thank you.
Thank you. It might be him now. Sorry. Richard Eva, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I started. Thank you very much, and thank you for waiting for me. I do apologise for holding everything up. I'll start. I was sitting on the Storrington and Sullington Parish Council throughout the neighbourhood planning process and can bear witness to the following. It was thorough and robust, being written with the full support of the HDC planning team. There was full consultation and overwhelming support from the community. When the plan was made, the senior planning officer assured us that it was fully compliant. The inspector who approved the plan said that the area to the north of the built-up boundary should be protected as a green gap, and that the new houses that he asked for north of Downsview should not be seen as a precedent for future development. Consequently, building was prohibited on the land north of Melton Drive. I was still on the planning committee of the parish council when HDC employed a QC to defend against Waiters' appeal against their refusal for planning permission to build on the field, and can bear witness to the following. The appeal failed due in large part to the inspector being persuaded that the Grade 2 style listed building had to be protected, and this view due largely to the evidence given by the specialist provided by HDC. I was still on the planning committee when we agreed with HDC planners that rather than go through the expensive and time-consuming process of writing a new plan when it became necessary, we would work closely with them to find additional brownfield sites or sites within the built-up area as necessary. This did not happen, though we worked to identify such sites on our own. Sites were identified, but were rejected. I was not on the PC later when an inspector found for the appellants against HDC refusal for planning for 3 traveller pitches in a copse in Fryan Road. They acknowledged that it would be in the Green Gap, but said that 3 low-height single-storey buildings amongst trees would be a minimal intrusion, unlike 60-plus houses and an open field. I was not on the PC when the last version of the district plan was consulted on, and can say that I was shocked to see that this field was part of the plan, since it was against so much of what the planners had previously said they believed. However, I was relieved that the plan required any application to be submitted as a single proposal for all 3 fields north of Melton Drive. This allowed for a density of housing similar to that of Melton Drive and gave some possibility of reducing the damaging impact on the heritage assets to the north. This application for a similar number of houses across only one of the fields, it would do substantial harm to the setting of the listed buildings. There is much else that's wrong with this application, too much to cover in 3 minutes. In conclusion, I'd ask you please to reject this and ensure that your services district councillors leaves Horsham district a better rather than a worse place than you found it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Anna Worthington-Lees, please. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Until recently, I spent 33 years on the parish council, including 12 as chairman, 33 as chairman of planning. I was also chairman of the neighbourhood plan steering group, so I'm very familiar with this subject. This site does not comply with the NPPF, the HDPF or the neighbourhood plan, nor does it comply with multiple laws intended to protect the local environment and wildlife. At appeal, the site was deemed unsustainable by the inspector, who stated that the harm outweighed the benefit, which at that time was 103 houses and is now 62, so same harm, less benefit. HDC spent public money defending this appeal and now feels it appropriate to ignore that and allow this application. The NPPF requires harm to Grade 2 listed buildings to be wholly exceptional and requires a maximum use of brownfield, not greenfield sites. The much quoted tilted balance applies only to sustainable sites, which the inspector ruled that this is not. There are alternative brownfield sites in the village which have been completely disregarded. The inspector concluded that the appeal scheme was contrary to the relevant provisions of the NPPF and those elements of the development plan, the HDPF 2015, that continue to have effect. That hasn't changed. The development fails to comply with NPPF paragraphs 18, 19, 83, 105, 109, 110, 115 to 117, 124, 126, 164, 185 to 187, 189, 190, 199, 213 and 214. It also fails to comply with policies 1, 2, 3, 4, 25, 26 and 27 of the HDPF and policies 1 and 9 of the neighbourhood plan. The site falls within the green gap created by the neighbourhood plan, the purpose of which, as stated by the examiner, is to protect especially vulnerable areas from built development. This has been completely disregarded. It was also ruled at appeal that there was no safe pedestrian or cycle access to the village. In recent years, HDC has refused 3 applications for single property developments in this area because they are in the green gap protected by the neighbourhood plan. These are DC 200455, also refused at appeal, where the inspector stated this development would undermine the development plan policies which seek to protect the intrinsic qualities of the undeveloped countryside, the green gap and the local landscape. DC 250401 refused, contrary to policy 26 of the HDPF. DC
You bring your
23
comments to a conclusion, please.
2220 refused as not essential to its countryside location. It should also be remembered that Storrington serves as a hub for surrounding villages, and despite repeatedly asking for it, I have never seen
Thank
a
you.
cumulative
Your
impact
allotted time
assessment
of 3 minutes has been
of
completed.
surrounding developments that will inevitably impact Storrington.
Thank you. Excuse me, there is no need to applaud at the end of a public speech. Thank you very much. James Bevis, please, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is James Bevis and I'm a partner at iTransport. I've been advising the applicant on transport matters since early 2012. We've approached matters with the rigour and seriousness that would be expected, given that transport issues are a key concern to some in the local community. Our discussions with the County Council were undertaken at the earliest possible stage and have ensured that we have provided the correct assessment that covers the correct issues in the correct level of detail. The site access onto Fryan Road complies fully with design guidance. In addition to the County Council's scrutiny, it has been subject to an independent road safety audit. The access proposals include a reduction of the speed limit to 30 miles an hour across the site access and on sections of Melton Drive and Melton Avenue. The speed limit between the site and West Chiltington Common will also be reduced to 40 miles an hour. The reduced speed limits coupled with a new gateway feature will improve highway safety. The additional traffic generation resulting from the development proposal will be modest, a little over 1 vehicle movement every 2 minutes in the peak periods. This is fewer than 2 cars during the time that this speech takes. The traffic impacts have been tested thoroughly and will not have a noticeable or unacceptable impact. Highway capacity improvements are therefore not necessary nor appropriate. The site is in a sustainable location. The primary school is nearby, as is the doctor's surgery. It is also possible to walk to the centre of Storrington in less than 15 minutes from the centre of the site. Being close to facilities is important, but we've also assessed the quality of the routes that the residents will use. As a result, the development will bring forward a scheme of improvements for active travel modes, including a new footway on Fryan Road, a pedestrian cyclist only access onto Melton Drive, improved crossings of side roads with tactile pavers and drop curbs, and a significant financial contribution to improve the surfacing of the public rights of way network. Fryan Road is a bus route, and the development will also provide a new bus shelter with real-time passenger information. In addition to the improvements for active travel modes and buses, there will be a travel plan to promote and facilitate sustainable travel. The scheme will also deliver a car club using an electric or hybrid vehicle. This will assist those who do not want to own their own car or cannot afford to do so. Empirical evidence demonstrates that car clubs reduce car ownership and usage where they are provided. These schemes and measures will be available to and will benefit the existing local community. All of this work shows that the proposal is acceptable, but you don't need to take my word for it. Our work has been subject to the detailed scrutiny of the County Council, who are the transport experts and appropriately qualified to advise you on such matters. They are happy that the scheme is acceptable, which is a view shared by your officers, as comprehensively set out in the committee report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, Lorraine Johnston, please. And you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lorraine Johnston and I work for Waits Developments. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. As you may recall, I was here last month to support your officers in bringing forward much needed new homes in Billingshurst. an application which received your approval. Waits remain fully committed to our mission of supporting your council through the delivery of thoughtfully designed proposals for high-quality new homes where people can thrive. The proposals in front of you tonight are exactly that. This site has an officer's recommendation for approval and was deemed a sustainable location for new homes when it was allocated in the emerging local plan, which was supported by a significant positive evidence base. The site makes a meaningful contribution to local housing needs by providing 62 new homes, of which 22 would be affordable. As set out in paragraph 6.116 of your officer's report, this is a sizable contribution to the supply of market and affordable housing, which attracts significant weight in favour. We work closely with your officers and statutory consultees to address all technical matters and ensure the application meets local needs. We've also responded positively to feedback on suggested highway improvements, and substantial active travel enhancements are proposed to support pedestrian safety and connectivity. If the application is approved, a financial contribution of £60,000 will be provided to upgrade the public right-of-way network. A bus shelter with real-time information will be delivered on Friarn Road, and multiple new crossing points will be provided to improve the local pedestrian network. This is a landscape-led proposal where 65% of the site will become publicly accessible open space. A new large play area, as well as a smaller area of play, have been included to respond to the lack of play spaces for children in Storrington. The site is largely visually enclosed, however our landscape architects have designed the scheme so that building heights are reduced along Friarn Road and landscape buffers added to minimise visual impact on nearby residents and walkers. Waits developments prioritise sustainability, so all homes will be powered by air source heat pumps, and the proposals could achieve an 80% reduction in CO2 emissions compared to the Part L 2021 standard. An electric car club will also be provided for both new and existing residents to use, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure will be included in every home. By supporting your officers today, you'll be offering real hope to local families and young people who are counting on us to turn plans into places they can finally call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay. The officer will now read out a statement from Councillor Joan Grech, the ward member for Storrington and Washington. Thank you very much.
Okay. Chair, members, tonight I want to talk about how places read. Policies on coalescence, HDPF 27 and SSWMP 9 aren't just lines on a map, they're about what we see and feel as we move through the landscape. Walk along the historic footpaths which frame the site, or drive out of Storrington along Friarn Road. Today, there's a clear break where houses give way to hedgerow and open land. That's how we know we've left the village and have not yet reached West Chiltington. This scheme would push a new run of dwellings and light sources up to that breakpoint. This scheme would put 62 houses right up to the edge of that field, a continuous frontage at the very point where countryside should begin. For motorists on Friarn Road, the message becomes unmistakable. The village continues. That is perceived coalescence, precisely the harm SSWMP 9 and HDPF 27 tell us to resist. At night, the effect is stronger. A line of porch lights, roof windows, cars arriving and leaving, and any highway columns reads as an unbroken urban edge. MPPF 198C on light isn't an aesthetic nicety, it's a coalescence control. Even with downlighting and warmer colour temperatures, the aggregate glow of street and house lighting visually stitches Storrington to West Chiltington. Policy is about experience, and the experience here becomes settlement merging by day and by night. There is also heritage. West Wantley House, Grade 2 star, draws meaning from a rural approach and undeveloped backdrop. The 2014 inspector was clear. Harm here is significant and irreversible, engaging the statutory duty and MPPF 210 to 216 to give great weight to conservation. Now add the motorist view of 62 dwellings built to the field edge along Friarn Road. You are relabelling its wider context as suburban fringe. That compounds the harm the inspector identified and conflicts with the HDPF 34 and the clear and convincing justification test in the MPPF. Finally, the countryside feel. NPPF 187B asks us to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. That starts at the edge, the first 100 metres after the last front door. Here, that edge is fragile, open to the west, visible visible from the ridge and already under nighttime pressure. This layout would urbanise that edge with frontages facing Friar Road, modern boundary treatments, domestic paraphernalia and the standard suite of safety lighting. Once that happens, the line between Storrington and West Chiltington blurs by day, in the dark, on foot, behind the wheel, and in our mental map of the place. That is conflict with HDPF 25 and 26 on character and HDPF 27 on coalescence. Members, the neighbourhood plan anticipated this risk and wrote Policy 9 to stop it. HDPF 27 is explicit. Coalescence includes the perception of continuous urbanisation, including from traffic and lighting. That is exactly what a 62-home frontage at the field edge would deliver along Friar Road and the adjacent corridor. On that basis alone, before we even reach access or ecology, the application is not policy compliant. It conflicts with SSWMP 9, with HDPF 27 and HDPF 25-26 on character, with NPPF 187B on countryside value, and with NPPF 198C on light. It also fails the heritage balance under HDPF 34 and NPPF 210 to 216 in light of the 214 appeals findings. In conclusion, if we allow 62 houses to run to the field edge, allowing it to be lit, lined and domesticated, we erase the gap that tells every driver and every walker where Storrington ends and West Chiltington begins. We diminish the setting of a Grade 2-star house and 2 further Grade 2 buildings, and we normalise a suburban ribbon where policy demands countryside. This is exactly the moment our policies were written for. For the gap, for heritage and for the identity of the place, there is only one option. Please refuse for perceived coalescence, heritage setting harm and loss of countryside character, giving considerable importance and weight to the listed building and full weight to the made neighbourhood plan. Members, I don't need to remind you that you are the decision makers here. I trust you will do the right thing and refuse this wholly inappropriate scheme.
Thank you very much. I should have mentioned that as a ward councillor, the statement can be read out and take as long as 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Emma Beard is the ward member for Storrington and Washington, and as such you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening to you, Chair, members and the public. This isn't just a couple of fields. It's the hinge between village and countryside. Along the west runs an ancient drover's way, part of the parish's historic working landscape, quiet, unlit and unmistakably rural. This scheme would push build from fencing and domestic lighting and all noise, disruption and upheaval associated with modern domestic living up against that precious edge, urbanising a route that owes its character to darkness, peace and quiet. We must first weigh the importance on heritage. The setting of West Wantley House, Grade 2 star, draws meaning from the rural approach and its developed backdrop. The previous inspector called this harm significant and irreversible, language that demands considerable regard and weight when weighing up the balance. Planting is not a magic fix-it-all trick. If you screen hard enough to hide the houses, you also screen the listed buildings from the very landscape that explains it. And in that, given the scheme's newly extended layout, which now places East Wantley Farmhouse and East Wantley Barn within the same proximity, the harm is significantly greater and wider spread. According to the NPPF paragraph 213, any harm to the settling of a listed heritage asset requires a clear and convincing justification. Harm to a 2-star building requires an exceptional justification. You've heard the ecology picture. Barberstraw bats use the sites, margins, and a wider network of functioning links to the men's special area of conservation. Those corridors need true darkness, sub 0.5 lux at the tree line to remain permeable. The Green Gap actually enjoys darker skies than the SDMP viewpoints at Kithurst and Chantry, which sees Storrington's lighting because of Storrington West Chiltington is shielded by the ridges to the north and to the south. The proposal would pierce that darkness with domestic and potential highway lighting exactly when backs commute, dawn and dusk. Light the edge for safety and you harm irreplaceable wildlife. Leave it unlit and it cannot be relied on for everyday family access. Either way, the route cannot lawfully underpin a sustainable access case. Under the Habitats Regulation, significant effects cannot be excluded on the evidence before you. The tilted balance does not engage until the appropriate assessment shows no adverse effect. We are not there. The scheme also bites into the green edge where the more than human world thrives, that the 2014 inspector recognised as a gateway to the countryside here. Walking along Proud 2442, which has been in existence for over 300 years, only feels entirely centred in the heart of a rural environment. Planting would help, but it cannot replicate the time, depth and texture of an ancient land bordered by mature hedgerows, trees and open land. And the views from the ridge, those historic elevated public vantage points from the north, are crucial. The route is shown on the 1841 Sullington tithe map. From there you will see that the village edge stepping down into the fields, filling that transition with roofscapes and nighttime window glow would replace that profile and significantly diminish the view towards the downs. It would erase the profile that makes this view special. And while prior upgrades are trailed, they become downgrades and the rural experience is lost in the process. This is a classic case where small decisions add up and results in cumulative urbanisation, cutting back the hedge for sight lines, adding splay lighting columns here, widening the verge. Each step chips away at the countryside feel, and the neighbourhood plan and HDPF policy tells us to conserve. Both protect key views and the green edge for a reason. Once lost, they never come back. Members, the ecological constraints, the ancient route, the green gap fabric and the ridge views all point one way. The proposal fails the test of the NPF and the development plans in nature, heritage setting and landscape character. It urbanises the historic footpaths in the context of ancient droveway, diminishes protected views from the bridge and risks Barbastool's flight lines linked to the European designated protected habitat site. If we lose this edge, we don't get it back. The footpath between the historical isolated Wantley farmhouses will no longer endure rural views. The ridge will no longer read as a village meeting open country. A dark living corridor for protected species will be lit, fragmented and diminished. Our adopted policies were written to stop exactly this outcome for nature, for heritage and for the village identity. Please refuse this application.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claudia Fisher, Ward Member for Storrington and Washington. You two have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and members. This scheme, in my view, stands or falls on access and sustainable travel. On the applicant's own geography, the shortest lit, step-free, 24/7 routes from the mid-development are 2.27 kilometres to the GP surgery, 2.44 kilometres to the primary school, and 2.61 to the leisure centre. That exceeds the 2-kilometre CIHT guideline routinely used when judging everyday walks trips to school and work. It also exceeds the 800-metre guideline to the shops. The shorter woodland cut-through is unlit and runs through sensitive habitat. It cannot be lit without harming protected species, so it cannot be counted as safe year-round route, especially in winter. So what does that actually mean on the ground? It means more people will drive, precisely where we should be reducing car trips. Storrington is already air quality monitored area designated, that with traffic flowing through the village measured in the hundreds of thousands, indeed over 500,000 movements a month. Adding a car-dependent site on the wrong side of that safe walking threshold is the opposite of sustainable access. And we all know how the residents will respond to the geography. They will take the desire line out via the new pavement on Fryan Road and then walk along where there is a 200, that's 1/5 of a kilometre area with no footway and a narrow road. then down Merrifield Avenue, Store Meadow, across the Riverside Walk and down to Spearbridge Road to reach the School, Surgery and Leisure Centre. This is the shortest route, so it will be most used by children, by older residents and families with buggies. In distance and time, it often halves the journey. Who in their right mind will walk an extra 15 minutes each day, each way, when there's a quicker route? It isn't safe, it isn't inclusive, and a serious injury collision in 2023 on Friar Road at that very spot underlines the point. Policy is clear. NPPF 112 to 116 and HDPF 40 require safe and suitable access for all users and patterns of development that limit the need to travel by car. This layout fails both tests. It puts growth where lit walking routes to key services are too long unless people either walk in the carriageway or use an unlit wildlife corridor that must remain dark. That's not good planning. In an AQMA, air quality monitoring area, it's also poor public health planning. This is not about saying no to homes. It's about saying no to the wrong solution in the wrong place. On access alone, unsafe desire lines, overlength lit routes and the AQMA context, you have ample grounds to refuse for conflict with HDPF 40 and MPPF Chapter 9. If, however, members are not prepared to refuse tonight, the only responsible alternative is deferral, not approval in principle, with a clear, secure funded package. Firstly, Friar Road Footway, a developer-funded, signal-controlled single-lane shuttle on Friar Road, delivering a continuous lit footway across the current 200-metre gap and along the site frontage, supported by Stage 1 and 2 road safety audits. HGV refuse emergency swept paths and pedestrian phases agreed with West Sussex County Council. You must prohibit reliance on the woodland corridor. It's unlit and ecologically sensitive. Badgers are there. It must remain unlit to protect bats as well and cannot be counted in the accessibility case or any future travel plan targets. Secure, safe, door-to-door connections, lit, step-free connections to the school, surgery and village centre, demonstrating walking times within the council's own accepted thresholds, with formal crossings and inclusive width throughout, and to deliver a binding monitored travel plan with real-world measures to include various items. As it stands, this scheme designs in car dependence and designs out pedestrian safety in an AQMA village and against HDPF 40 and the MPPF. Our residents, especially children, the elderly and those pushing buggies, deserve routes that are safe, lit and continuous, not a forced choice between an unlit wildlife corridor and a road with no footway. For access, for air quality and for basic fairness, please refuse DC 24 2006. If the committee is not prepared to refuse, then defer with the Friar Road footway and safety package secured first, or we will lock in problems that cannot be undone later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now invite the officers to respond to the comments that have been made in the last half an hour or so. Thank you.
Yep. So some of those who have spoken, obviously there's a strong sentiment about the decision-making process and why we're having to consider this in terms of being outside the settlement boundary. We obviously an age development plan situation where we do have to give consideration to those sorts of applications. On some of the commentary, there was quite a lot made about the 2014 appeal decision. So I think it's helpful just to take some direct quotes from some of the conclusions that were drawn from that, because it will help inform some of the more topic areas which were raised. So I'm going to move between slides quite quickly just to get to the right point. So I'll sort of start from what you heard last and then work backwards. So on sustainable development, we've obviously got a situation where there is a choice for residents. There's three choices. They can either go down Downsview Avenue, which is residential roads, well lit, and get to the village centre. They can go down Frying Road and shoot off to the public right of way, and they can, if they decide to, go along Frying Road itself. The important thing is they do have an option, and I would say most people would take, I know it's not the most direct desire line, but they would choose the safest route into the village, which is via Downsview Avenue. And the inspector back in 2014 pretty much came to the same conclusion, because on sustainable development on paragraph 87, and I quote direct, the site's edge of village location, in tandem with the envisioned green travel plan, renders it sustainable in terms of access to local facilities and reliance on the private car for transportation. So that's a scheme for 102 dwellings, a lot more residents that will be living on this site than what's presented to you. And also it's the same options, distances and times for journeys that the neighbourhood plan steering group and community came together and decided to support the north end of Downsview Avenue. So as an officer, I'm satisfied that future occupiers will have...
Excuse me, I did make it clear at the outset, there'll be no calling out. Thank you very much.
In terms of highway infrastructure, again, the 2014 inspector's decision and conclusion was the appellant proposes a package of highway-related measures. In the absence of cogent technical evidence to the contrary, I am satisfied that these will negate any adverse consequences of development in the context of highway safety, which overall would be improved. So that's a scheme, again, for 102 dwellings with a far less generous and deliverable highway enhancement package than you have in front of you today. In terms of settlement coalescence, I'll just go to the relevant slide. So again, 2014 appeal decision, we're dealing with 102 homes, which, just to remind everyone in the room, extended much further north and further west to those sensitive boundaries to setting the village to building and Frying Road. In conclusion, the inspector at paragraph 61 draws, I am satisfied that the proposal will not enhance any perception of coalescence between the two settlements. And just spending a bit more time on this issue, because obviously it's a strong concern for residents, and understand that. Just wanted to agree on some points, in that there will be a reduction in openness. You can see on the photograph here where my cursor is, hopefully, this is the view of from Frying Road into the site. So I don't think officers are in disagreement that at this point along your journey, there would be a reduction in openness, a degree of. There will be limited urbanising effects because of the site access and the associated footway and the houses. But when we look at this policy, we're not just looking at the journey immediately exiting Storrington, we're talking about the entirety of the Green Gap. And when you look at the entirety of the Green Gap on the diagram here, I don't think what's being presented is a fundamental undermining of what the purpose of the Green Gap is, which is to avoid the joining of settlements, actual and perceived. So I'm satisfied that that judgment has been drawn correctly, and that there's an acknowledgement of an incursion and a limited degree of harm, but overall the settlement gap is maintained. In terms of lighting, bats and planting, I'll have to scroll through, so sorry for the rapid movement of slides. So this is the ecologist habitat classification. So obviously most of the site is neutral grassland. Yes, we've got some recorded protected species and fauna, including the bats on the site, but as part of the council's appropriate assessment, we've got a suite of mitigations that are recommended by both our consultant ecologist and the applicant's own ecologist, particularly around lighting, avoidance and mitigation. That equally applies to the lighting, street lighting on the highway, which will come forward as a separate project by West Sussex County Council. So they'll be looking at it as competent authority and making sure that they get the correct bat conservation guidance mitigations in. And overall is actually an enhancement as well as protection of those habitat features which are identified by the ecologists, including badgers over in the corner. Oh, sorry, move slides. This corner here where my cursor is, I don't know if you can see it there. Again, back to that scheme appeal decision, the appeal inspector at paragraph 92 says ecology interests could be safeguarded or even enhanced by means of conditions. So even with 102 dwellings, there was found to be mitigation available to avoid adverse harm on protected species. In terms of a listed building, sorry for the apology of flicking through lots of slides. So it's sort of lots of legislation being said, but to try and sort of simplify what's quite a complicated process to get to a conclusion on this. In terms of the current proposals, we've got Historic England and the Council's Conservation Officer, which are including less than substantial harm. And the committee report explains that why. The appeal inspector in 2014, although he was assessing a different scheme, more houses, consequently greater harms to the setting significance, he also concluded less than substantial harm. That's the paragraph 56 and 96 of his decision. So when you're in a less than substantial harm scenario, it's then for the council planning officers to give the balance of the benefits of the harm against, sorry, benefits of the harm? Does that make sense? Yeah, so basically you have to balance the harms, benefits against the harms. And as the report says, whilst there are harms, obviously we're in a situation that's different to the 2014 time of that was made, in that our housing supply has worsened. At that time, the disagreement between parties was 3.26 to 272 years supply. So unfortunately, we don't even have the comfort of that. We're down to 1 year with a housing delivery test score of 62. So whilst I can understand from the public's point of view, well, why is housing shortfall such a significant reason to accept harm to a setting? That's basically how the national policy requires us to do. And I think it's just important to emphasise that even back in 2014, that significance given to housing was also recognised by the inspector at paragraph 95. He says, the shortfall in housing supply and the particular need for affordable housing are highly significant material considerations and carry very substantial weight, significant to override the fundamental constraints of established settlement policy. So again, we're back into the situation where even when the inspector was looking at all those harms that will come out from more dwellings on this site, he was still giving very substantial weight to housing shortfall, and we are in a worse situation now. So I think the balancing that's been taken place in terms of the listed building test is correct in this instance. I know there'll be disagreement, but that's how I judge it.
The officer's view.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry.
Should be asked to leave.
Excuse me, I made it very clear you shouldn't call out. Call out again and you'll be asked to leave. Well, if that's your choice, but please do not call out. Thank you.
No. She has every right to raise her opinion.
Is he the security person?
Sorry.
You are traitors for the people around here.
Excuse me. Yep.
Now, you are
Ask her to leave.
I'm asking you to leave the chamber. Councillor Manton, you need to remind yourself that you are a councillor and not a member of the public.
Now,
If
you have, no, you physically attacked me just then. And you have.
Excuse me.
One development.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to call a halt to the proceedings here. Security. Respect to what you. All right. Thank you very much. Let's continue with the points raised by the officer. Thank you.
I'm just sort of going to finish off on terms of distant views and what was raised by some speakers. So again, we're back to that appeal decision, and on distant views, paragraph 58, this is 102 dwellings, greater extent across the site. The inspector's conclusion was, I'm not unduly concerned about the likely impact on the proposal on perceptions of this area of countryside in distant views. So that includes South Downs, well, what is now South Downs National Park, although I think it might have been in effect at that time. The likely density of the appeal scheme relative to its immediate environments would be unlikely to be readily apparent from glimpses from distant viewpoints. So again, what you see on the screen is what's been partly submitted as a technical assessment of that distant view from that public right of way, and the visual and character effects are negligible.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now open it for debate by the members. Thank you. Councillor Trollope.
With respect to the walking, I was wondering, is it possible to, I don't even know if it's technologically possible, but if it is, could we put in a condition to have some sort of lighting for that dark area that's been discussed in a way that wouldn't impact the wildlife? I don't know what sort of lighting is available. I'm not an expert, but if there were such lighting available, is that maybe something we consider as a condition?
Thank you, Councillor Trollope.
We do have a condition about lighting across the site. I'm not quite clear. Do you mean the off-site highway improvement works?
Correct. I'm trying to see if there's a way we can establish a safe route to walking to the centre, avoiding the Friarun Road.
You already have that. They go via Downsview Avenue.
Yeah, but not at night time.
Downsview Avenue is a residential street that's got street lighting. So that's the route you would go if you wanted to walk to the village centre at night. You're not reliant on using the public right of way.
Okay.
I'll show you on the drawing again. It might make it clearer on the slide. So can you see the green? I don't know how clearly it's come out, but on one side of the screen, you've got those green lines travelling down from the application site to the blue circle, which is the village centre.
Right-hand side.
Right-hand side.
Yes, yes, I see it.
Yeah. So the one in the middle is the contentious one, which is Frying Road without the footway. So put that aside. The one on furthest to the, I suppose, the edge of the development, where it's got the annotation walking time 13 minutes. That's the public right of way, where the speakers were saying it's unlit and it's not conducive for people to walk in inclement weather. And then the Downsview Avenue is the one on the reverse side. So in terms of lighting, Downsview Avenue has got street lighting. It's the public right of way which is unlit. And the nature of that public right of way is very treed. There's a sense of you're on the edge of the settlement. It wouldn't necessarily be positive for lighting to be fed along there, because then you start, impacting on wildlife and also tree root systems. And I don't think there's even within the confines of the highway land, which forms a public right of way, there might not be space to provide a lighting column. So I don't think that's feasible, even if it met the tests of necessity, because it's not needed, because there's the option to go via Downsview Avenue. That's the key point, that people have the option. And I know in terms of perhaps journey time, it's a bit shorter, but there's still a logic to using Downsview Avenue, because it's it's lit and it's a proper footway made up in the estate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member wish to comment? Councillor Clark, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. If you could put up the chart, the slide showing what it looks like in 5 or 10 years' time, the visualization along the Friarun Road. If I look,
There's two at Friarun Road.
Yeah, that's the one.
That one, yeah.
That's the one. I think you made a comment that, in fact, but if I look at condition 24, I see about the landscaping, but I'm not convinced that 24 is strong enough. The apparent coalescence between the West Chilternton and Storrington, the inspector said it wasn't, but knowing the area very well, if the planning application was granted and went ahead with building the houses, it would be a very noticeable change. So should the committee approve this application, which remains to be seen, I think the condition 24 needs to be beefed up in terms of the planting along the Friar Road. Because what we would want to do is to avoid the coalescence, and irrespective of what the inspector said, that it doesn't look as if it's a lot of a coalescence. In reality, it would be, and in reality, we would need to beef up that barrier with a more heavy planting and structure. So can we write that into the condition 24 before we go to the vote?
So I think the rationale for what you're asking for, councillor, is not to avoid a coalescence, because there isn't that, but it's the visual intrusion. One thing just to be aware of before you, in your decision making, is that on the year 15 image in front of you is a manicured hedge of a certain height. There has actually been a change in terms of the officers have requested a mature hedge of substance to be managed so it grows out and will be greater height. It won't be trimmed to that. What happened was these images are quite costly to make and also timely. So that was agreed, but the request for the updated visualisation wasn't. Notwithstanding, you do have the landscaping parameter plan. So this is for land use. There is a separate parameter plan which isn't on the slides, which is landscaping. I think it's in the suite of parameter plans. What we could do as part of that condition 24 is to feed in the suggestion of more robust landscaping, be it a treed hedge in form or otherwise, along that edge of the developable area identified in the land use plan, or some similar wording to that spirit to ensure that outcome. Obviously, we're at an outline stage, so we do have the flexibility and the opportunity, the developers in the room, so they've heard the concerns about changing and informing the reserve matters to have that outcome put in. I think that the logic behind it, to why it's gone for that low rise hedge, was partly to do with this protected view notion, which is on the other slide, where there would still be some sense of a view across the countryside. Obviously, the main point of that is actually when you're within the development to be able to look out. So I think there's obviously lots of benefits to bringing a more substantial landscaping scheme in there, and it has been asked for by our landscape architect.
Thanks, Matt. I mean, the point you make about a view out of the development is true, but if you look at the topography of the land, it slopes up and then you've got a crest and then it falls down towards a listed building. So they have a pretty nice view looking north, if I can put it that way. The fact that you've got the Friar Road on the left-hand side, if I can put it that way, to the west, it's far better to hide the Friar Road. And more to the point, addressing some of the concerns of the local members, is that if you've got hedges and stuff and you can't see the houses, it might trick some people into thinking they've come to the edge of the village, even though they haven't. Thank you.
Yeah, so that exact observation about protective view was brought by officers. If you look at the protective view on the neighbourhood plan, the blue arrow is quite clearly within the site looking northwards. So the rationale for wanting a view remaining across from the road is quite limited.
I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor Kroger. If you wanted to put forward a motion to vote on amending the condition 24 to improve and provide a more robust landscaping, you can do so, Councillor Clark.
What, at this stage or later?
Well, I'll come. It's entirely up to you. But I'll come to.
I'd rather do it now, because that way, when it goes to the vote, then what I say will matter. But basically, to put in a dot in here, that the details of the planting along the Friar Road need to be robust in order to provide more screening and more of a countryside impact. A countryside feel, which also provides, therefore, an avenue for bats to travel along if they wish. Because don't forget, if we've got gaps and stuff, bats don't travel. And we've talked about bats in this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. So just so everybody can understand, my understanding is you'll put forward a motion just to amend one condition. So any vote on this motion, if seconded, will be just related to this condition only and not the substantive motion. And my colleague would just summarise what those additional requirements within condition 24 would be.
Additional dot at the end, detailed planting along Friar Road, principally to provide increased screening for visual purposes and bat enhancement habitat.
Okay.
And to mitigate the appearance of coalescence.
Councillor Clark, my colleague commented on the matter of coalescence. We would advise against adding that in because it's not. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Okay, all those in favour? Okay, therefore that condition will be amended accordingly, Councillor Clark. Councillor Mercer, you were some moments ago. Okay. Councillor Croker.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a few points here. Obviously, having looking and listening for some time about this application, I'm afraid that. Oh no, let me start with the easy one for officers to dismiss. Paragraph 6.106. Sorry, 105. Says there's no persuasive evidence that the existing sewer network or water treatment works do not have sufficient capacity to accommodate the appeal proposal. I'm afraid I really have to disagree with that. And there's, I think, from memory, over 1,100 hours of combined sewer outfall from the Storrington works in 2024, which to me isn't working correctly. But I understand that Southern Water it's their responsibility to get it right, and I sincerely hope they will make improvements, but their future plans are quiet until 2030 on that aspect. The second point I'd like to make is about coalescence. Obviously, I've spent a lot of time looking at things, reading the earlier inspector's appeal decision, which was 2014. I believe that the actual green gap policy for the neighbourhood plan didn't come into 2019. Quite how that plays with the earlier inspector's decision, I don't know. My own view is that this site will increase coalescence, full stop. And finally, with regard to sustainability, again, I hear the officers, I read the inspector's decision in 2014, but I think the national climate has changed since then with regard to sustainability, in particular sustainable travel. For example, Active Travel England was set up in 2022 with a duty to make walking, wheeling and cycling safer and more accessible. And I'm not convinced that this site offers accessible in terms of short, convenient routes. So the net result is I'm quite minded to vote against this proposal. But obviously I'd be interested to hear what other members say. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, so the point about the sewerage capacity, there's been quite lengthy discussions, I understand, at least from the correspondence presented on the file, that the applicant has engaged with Southern Water back in 2013. And at that point, there's correspondence for 2023. Sorry, there's a difference in those dates, but the point is that there has been engagement for a number of years prior to the application. And in terms of their response, they believe that there is capacity in the system then, and the situation is no different now. I think the difficulty we have is that this is an issue which is a strategic level resolution, because it's a piece of infrastructure investment program that isn't necessarily resolved through ad hoc pausing of development applications. It's something that needs to come in, perhaps not through planning, through other central government resourcing, but also perhaps through community infrastructure, a more holistic funding programme. And in this particular application, we don't have a request even from Southern Water to pause or phase the development, even though it is an outline application. So technically that is possible. There hasn't been that request from Southern Water. So I think it will be difficult for us to put that extra onerous burden when it's not been evidenced by the undertaker as a requirement. On the coalescence, so yes, the 2014 appeal decision was made before the neighbourhood plan was made, but in terms of the green gap policy, the text is on the screen is hidden by our heads, but basically it is there on the screen, and what it is saying is that Policy 9 is in line with Policy 27 of the Horsham District Planning Framework. So it's not, Policy 9 isn't adding an extra policy safeguard or stipulation or obstacle to development between the settlements. It is basically just saying it lines up with the same policy expectations and requirements as 27, which was in effect at the time of the 2014. And obviously we've explained as officers why we feel there is a breach of that, but it's limited. In terms of walkability issues, yeah, there is increased emphasis on it in national policy now, but the point is, and I feel perhaps I'm banging the drum of Downsview Avenue a bit too much, but Downsview Avenue hasn't changed in its character. It was what it was back in 2014. It was an acceptable route for residents of this site to walk into the village centre. So that circumstance hasn't changed. So as an option, it was acceptable then and it's acceptable now.
Thank you. Councillor Livingston, thank you.
Yeah, a couple of points. Bearing in mind this is an outline planning permission with all matters reserved apart from access. We've seen the parameter plan, the arrangements, the proposed arrangements to houses in the plan. How confident are we that that arrangement will be followed through? Because they'll be subject to reserved matters later on.
So that there's a condition on the recommendation that has to be in compliance with it. So that doesn't mean that they have to rigidly adhere to it. There is some flex, because there might well be something that comes out that's positive we want to include. For example, the landscaping might increase, and therefore we don't want to necessarily tie them to that west boundary edge, because they might come in with a scheme for less number of units, and therefore we got the opportunity then to push that development even further back. So I think we've got the right words used in that condition, but the principle of it is that there is an expectation of compliance to follow through with the reserved matters.
Thank you. My next point is about probably putting an informative note to the applicant regarding taking due notice or notice with regard to the Equality Act, and designating some of the housing for various premises, such as as defined under the approved document M of the building regulations for M4 bracket 1, M4 bracket 2, and M4 bracket 3. That's visitable dwellings, accessible and adaptable dwellings, and wheelchair user dwellings.
Yeah, we can put that informative on.
Could the officer capture that in the minutes, please? Thank you. Councillor van der Boer.
Where do we actually kind of draw the line with heritage? If you look at the map, there's not a lot of distance now between those heritage buildings, right? Is that the limit of where, and that actually forms quite a nice sort of linear barrier for creep further north? Are we, what would happen if somebody wanted to pitch another 30 metres forward, or 40 metres forward, or 50 metres forward? How do we decide when heritage is actually under threat?
So by its nature, every listed building is unique. In this case, the issue of harm is based on setting of the historic farmstead landscape surrounding the building. I wouldn't like to say that there's an arbitrary distance which has to be retained, because it's more, as the conservation officer talks about, it's the perceptual values as you walk along the public right of way, the sense of you've left the settlement edge, and how that building associates with those attributes of tranquility, the absence of development. And those are sort of very difficult things to quantify. It's not a distance of saying, well, if you keep 20 metres, it's okay, but 25 is not. They're more tangible, sort of immersive experience type qualities. And that really comes from experience, I think, as a heritage officer, to advise planners. We have had English heritage comments. They're both familiar with the site. They were involved in the Reg 19 allocation. So they know of the conflicts and the complexities where we have to balance all of these competing demands. And I think that's where we are probably, we've identified that there is significant harm in terms of a straight heritage assessment. But then you have to then apply the policy tests beyond that. So I think the fact that we're at that level as a straight heritage assessment but then we're on lesser substantial in terms of applying the policy test, indicates that we're probably quite close to being at the limits of the extent of developable area, because there was obviously a concern about bringing it too much further north. So we've actually got it reduced back, because at that point there was concern from the conservation officer that we were back in the 2014 situation. So those changes have brought back that harm and reduced it. So I think all of that tells you that for this one, we wouldn't be supportive if there was an application which came in for development of the field between, say.
Thank you.
Councillor Vickers, then Councillor Knoll, and then Councillor Trollope.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Clearly, this is a difficult application in lots of ways. Clearly, there's a lot of objections from the local members and from local residents and the parish councils, both West Chiltington and Storrington. We're in a very difficult position, are we not, in that we don't have a 5-year land supply and we have no local plan in place. I wish things were different, but the tilted balance, the MPPF kicks in, does it not? So we're between a rock and a hard place. We need to improve our position in terms of making sure we've got enough housing allocated across our district. And we're going to get more of these applications, and there's another couple on this agenda this evening. I found myself in a really difficult position because I have a lot of sympathy with the feelings of the local community. And I know this site well because going back quite a few years, we've had lots of applications come forward in and around this site. And I remember well that this was left out of the previous plan, but it's come back into the draft local plan. That in itself is not a reason to agree it, but the position we're in with the tilted balance, the MPPF, does put us in a difficult position. So I'm finding it very difficult to decide which way I'm going to go. I support the extra landscaping to enhance the views and to lessen the impact. So the question is, the benefits, do they outweigh the harm? That is the difficult one. Thank you.
Councillor Knoll.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm finding myself again, as my colleague has just said, to be in a very difficult position here. The one thing that keeps ringing in my head is the problem of coalescence. Now, I understand that officers have told us it's only 10% reduction in the space between the two rural communities of West Chiltington and Storrington. But these communities are rural communities and they depend upon rurality to exist. If every single community advanced by 10% towards its neighbour, there would be no rurality left after a while, because the rural nature of this part of our district would get wiped out. So I appreciate the mitigations that the officers have been talking about with regard to building outside an area that's accepted as part of a rural community. But we just can't go on, application after application, building into the countryside, or there'll be no countryside left. So this is why I'm struggling on this one. And I'm really not sure at the moment which way I'm going to go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Trollope.
in a similar vein. My comments are to do with coalescence, and it's sort of a question. I mean, I'm looking at the map, you know, and I see where this application is, and it does edge toward West Chiltington. And I suppose my question is, okay, we approve this application, but then when does it stop? I mean, I realize that we have to treat every application in isolation, and we can't look at anything, what might happen in the future. I understand that, but that sort of begs the question, something will probably happen in the future, and eventually we'll be worrying not so much about coalescence with West Chiltington, but coalescence with Adversane. I mean, it just, at some point it has to stop. And I don't, similarly, I get it, you know, that there's, you know, that it's not a massive site, which is good. But I mean, I do see what I think to be the beginnings of West Chiltington in the upper part of the picture. So there's not that much space between the two communities. And I get that it's mitigated, and I get that the houses are needed, and I understand as well about the tilted balance. But at the same time, I do struggle with this concept of continual expansion and not, I suppose if I knew this was the last application of this nature, I'd be okay with it. I'd sigh and approve it, and that would be it. But I know it's not going to be the last. And that's where I struggle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can understand where your concerns lie. I think it's to do with people's interpretation of coalescence and actually what the purpose of and the meaning of that. So in terms of both HDPF policy 27 and the mirrored policy of 9, my understanding of it is it's to avoid the joining of settlements, not no development at all, even if that intrudes. And the reason why I say that is because if you look in the supporting text of policy 27, it talks about the joining and losing of individual sense of place. So it's a focus of the identity of each settlement. That's the thrust of why this policy exists. It's not to say you can't have built form that extends even quite substantially into the Green Gap. What it's saying is that the settlement identities have to remain the same, and it's a different, completely different consequence of what can be accepted. Because obviously, even if this development came forward and was built, occupied, completed, matured, planting, all in place, you would still, at the point of the site access, feel you are in the edge of Storrington, and then you would leave Storrington, you would travel a bit of slightly shorter distance without any notion of built form on your carriageway side, but then you would leave Storrington and you would travel in the countryside, and then you would come to West Chiltington. So in terms of identity of the settlement, there isn't a result of coalescence, and that's in, so policy 27 is 4 parts. We're saying in the report that there's non-compliance with 2 because it generates urbanising effects, but that the main policy, which is the primary goal and purpose of the policy, is no significant reduction in the openness and break between settlements. So the test there is the word significant. So we're looking at the entirety of the Green Gap, and does this incursion fundamentally undermine the integrity of the Green Gap? And if you look at the slide there, the Green Gap is very wide. It's not just a narrow corridor along Frying Road. So I think there needs to be, unfortunately, an acceptance that how people are interpreting the green gap is not quite how it translates to policy.
But my point is still, I mean, I understand what you say, but my point is still, we will approve this. Another application is going to come along, we'll approve that one. Is it what you're saying that...
You've made an assumption there, Councillor Trollope, that the next application comes in that we will approve. Well, you're jumping the gun a bit there.
Okay, the potential, it might. The question I wanted to ask is what you're saying, as long as you can distinguish between one community from another, that's sufficient? So, for example, if you're in Midhurst, they have a very distinctive housing style in Midhurst. You know when you're in Midhurst. It doesn't matter how close it comes to any other community. The fact is you can tell that you're in Midhurst by some defining characteristics. Is that the thrust of what you're saying?
Yes, that's the officer's view. It's the unique identity of each settlement. As long as that's
So as long as there is a distinction between Storrington houses and West Chiltington houses or some other feature, no matter how close they come together, it's the officer's view that there's still
I wouldn't say
no coalescence.
I wouldn't say it's a narrowness to the house types. It's the notion of you live in Storrington and you live or visit West Chiltington. They're separate settlements.
Okay, I think I reluctantly understand, but okay, thank you.
Councillor Trott, yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Like Councillor Vickers and Councillor Knoll, this is a really difficult one because, yes, of course, we're all under pressure to provide housing and we've got to provide the supply of housing. We know we have. But this green gap and coalescence, you said that it all hinges on the word significant. And significant is a massively subjective term. And you know, mission creep is a term that I know well, and this just seems like what's happening. So that's a problem for me, is this green gap, personally. I'm not a resident of Storrington, but I do travel through it quite often, and one of the major problems that Storrington has is this air quality management that was referred to earlier, plus the volume of traffic. And we're going to be adding another 130 cars to the traffic in Storrington, which is not going to help that at all, regardless of sort of, you know, peripheral electric car schemes and all the rest of it. It's still, volume of traffic is going to be what it is. And the other final point, which was really just to echo Councillor Knoll, was it is a rural community. Rural communities have to exist for a reason. And to just separate them out and say, yes, but there's a gap. Well, again, subjective is a word. Significant is a subjective word. There's a gap, but rural communities need to exist for a reason, not just to be a dormitory for people going to work somewhere else and getting in their cars and driving through Storrington. So I'm really struggling with this one. Like Councillor Trollope, if this was the last one on the board, then maybe I'd be thinking about it. But I have to say I'm not inclined to support it as we stand at the moment, unless I hear otherwise. Thank you.
Just want to remind members, my colleague previously read out some quotes from the appeal decision in 2014, and just to remind members that the inspector at that time didn't raise objection in terms of coalescence, and obviously that was for a much larger scheme than we have before us. So that appeal decision is a material consideration, and also our landscape architect has assessed, and there's a technical assessment in terms of coalescence which took place, and our landscape architect was satisfied that it would not result in coalescence. That is detailed in paragraph 6.49 of the officer's report. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. First, as a comment, PINs and inspectors are quite fickle. And just because one inspector says one thing doesn't mean that the next inspector that comes along will say the same thing. It may say something quite different, as we have seen in recent days. maybe officers can help me a bit, because looking at policy 27, quite rightly, the one says no significant reduction in the openness and break between settlements. One of the limbs in their terms looks at redevelopment of existing sites, so that doesn't really apply. But maybe you can explain to me how this development does not generate urbanizing effects within the settlement gap, including artificial lighting development along key road corridors and traffic movements, and has proposals contributing to the conservation, enhancement and amenity of the countryside, including where appropriate enhancements to the green infrastructure network and providing opportunities for quiet and formal recreation. Can you help me with that, please?
Yep, so Lim 2, that it's not of the policy 27. It's not disputed by officers there would be a breach of that, and there's non-conformance because the scheme will generate those impacts by the houses, the lighting, and the site access and the traffic. What we're saying is those impacts are for a short stretch of Bryan Road already on the edge of the settlement. They're not they're not significant in terms of further into your journey between the settlements. It's not like a central location. So you have already some urban influence through the lighting of properties along Melton Drive, and the actual distance between where the site access will be and where junction of Melton Drive and Frying Road is reasonably short within the Green Gap. We are talking just on the edge of the Green Gap. In terms of 4, the appropriate enhancements, well, we've got that package of public rights of way improvements, which will satisfy Lim 4. I just wanted to go back to the point about the LVA assessment. So when there's been discussion about, well, how can you quantify significant? That's a policy test, but there is a separate methodology used by landscape architects about assessing coalescence, and the applicant has done that exercise. It's quite technical and detailed, but our landscape architect didn't challenge the conclusions of that and agreed that coalescence wouldn't arise. And although the appeal decision was before the neighbourhood plan existed, it was on the test of 27, and policy 9 is a mirror of 27. It doesn't impose any greater policy constraint than 27.
Councillor Croker, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to follow up on that point because the appeal was concluded in May 24. The Horsham District Planning Framework was not made until November 2015. How much notice will the inspector have taken of a draft plan at that stage? Thank you.
I'm not sure of the timings of where the local plan was, but if it was advanced stage, it would be significant weight. It would certainly be a material consideration.
Yes, Councillor Franklin.
Thanks. Yes. Firstly, can I congratulate the officers and the planning team for the enormous amount of detail you've had to get around. And I found it really helpful in understanding all the issues here, and I also found the site visit very helpful. And I'm reasonably clear actually where I am on this. I'm minded to approve, but I do appreciate the real concerns here. The coalescence one, and although I appreciate that it's not considered technically to be an issue, I do believe that perception of coalescence is real, and therefore welcome the adjustment to section or paragraph or clause 24 that Councillor Clark put forward. a couple of comments here, I think, in Councillor Gretsch's statement referring to 62 dwellings along the Friarn Road, which I thought might not actually be correct, might be slightly misleading. I think the 62 dwellings are spread across the site and therefore not all along the Friarn Road. I just, if there is any further guidance that you, the officers, might have of the change in circumstances that we have between 2013-14 and now, that I would find that helpful if there's something that we haven't covered or anything additional you want to say about that.
We'll come back to you in a moment, Councillor Franklin. Any other comments? Councillor Mercer.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I've listened very carefully and you know, borne in mind many of the things that both residents and colleagues have said. In particular, the issue of mission creep in planning is something that has consistently worried me for ever since I've been involved. However, what seems to me the key theme that runs through the officer's recommendations is the material weight that needs to be applied to the 2014 planning inspector's findings. As far as I'm aware, at the time, there was no suggestion that that was considered to be a rogue finding or to be out of the ordinary or to not be appropriate. So I appreciate that different inspectors find different things, and we do all know that. But in this case, it's that the 2014 findings seem to me to have been eminently reasonable. And what the officers seem to be telling us is that the scaling down of the development, and I'm generalising, of course, but the scaling down of the development has changed the balance between something that was unacceptable to something that, in their view, based on their professional recommendations and based on the differing housing supply situation that we are in, makes a significant difference to whether this should be recommended or not. And that, to me, has significant weight in my judgment. I do want to just ask the officers if they could remind us of the downside of turning down a proposal, which then goes to appeal, in terms of the time constraints and costs of that. And similarly, the fact that, as I understand it, national government keeps a close eye on planning authorities and their percentage in terms of appeals which are then overturned, and what the implications of that might mean in the worst situation.
If I just come back to Councillor Mercer briefly, and then my colleague will come back on the other point raised. Obviously, to refuse an application, it has to be evidence-based, it has to be reasonable, and it has to be justified, and it has to be defensible. So in considering that, you have to have a strong case to defend your position. Obviously, we've got a very detailed technical assessment. We've got a number of statutory consultees, including those landscape architects, as we've mentioned, those that consider our historic heritage are not raising objection to the scheme. And so I think we would find it difficult to sustain and defend an appeal, particularly with the comments made within the last appeal decision, particularly the evidence base for our submission local plan. And whilst recognise we're not giving weight to the allocation itself, obviously the evidence base does demonstrate that the site is sustainable. It obviously also complies, in our view, with our facilitating appropriate development document, which again, that the point of that is to try and direct development to sustainable locations. So I think that there's a lot in terms of the planning assessment that weighs in favour of the scheme. And obviously, as we've discussed today, we are in a very challenging position with our 5-year housing land supply. We unfortunately don't meet the housing delivery test. We've got an annual housing target of over 1,300 houses per year. And because we're in the tilted balance scenario, you know, that we are in a position where we need to look at development outside of settlement boundaries, providing they are sustainable. And that is the policy context in which we find ourselves in, which is challenging. It's challenging for everybody involved. But I think this would be a difficult one to sustain at appeal. And as you mentioned, Councillor Mercer, we have various key performance indicators which we have to report to government around timely decision making, but also quality of decision making. And we are kind of tested on how many appeals we lose, and there are penalties if we get to a certain threshold around that, which is a risk for the council. So I think all matters considered, we would find ourselves in a difficult position. Thank you. I think I've answered the other question as well. Thank you.
Okay, any final comments, please? I'm reluctant to come to you again, Councillor Sharp, because you've spoken 3 times, and the Constitution says you're only entitled to speak once and up to 5 minutes. Sorry. Jill Perry. Councillor Perry, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still concerned about the whole situation with the sustainable travel. I'm not seeing the answers to that completely. And that sustainability is something that was just mentioned a minute ago. Is there anything we can do, perhaps a deferment? Would that be equally risky for our situation here? Because if the residents could be reassured that Friarn Road path has been looked at better, the bit where there is no footpath at all, and whether we can do even more to try and make it possible for people to avoid car use and get on their bikes and walk from the Friarn Road site of the site to the school. That might be something that councillors could get behind. I don't know, it's just a suggestion.
I think officers review, it has thoroughly been looked at and all options have been secured in terms of what's reasonable. My colleagues have talked about some betterment, but obviously there are restrictions in terms of the ability to light that footpath there. My colleague has discussed that. So my view is a deferment would not gain anything. It wouldn't put us in a different position. I think this matter has been fully exhausted as part of the application process, and we have a package of benefits, and I think members should proceed with the decision on that basis. Thank you.
Okay, therefore I'm going to proceed to the vote. The recommendation is to approve outline planning permission subject to appropriate conditions and subject to completion of the necessary section 106 agreement within 4 months of the decision of this committee, or such longer period as is agreed by the Director of Place acting reasonably and properly. All those in favour, please show.
Nine in favour.
All those against?
3 against.
Any abstentions?
3 abstentions.
Therefore, the recommendation is being approved. Thank you. Just if the members remain in their seats whilst the public leave, we will then have a short break. But if you could just remain, thank you. Some of them will. Some of them will. What is it? I vote in favour. No, that's ridiculous. Should abstain. Why? You can't be choosing that. We'll lose it here. Yeah, no, you can't. We'd lose.
How long do you want to give members? 10 minutes?
Yeah. Okay, members, if you there is a 10-minute break, and I believe there are some sandwiches available in the Thank you. Before I move on to the next item, given the time and further items on the agenda, I propose that agenda items 8 and 10 are deferred to the 2nd of September. Can I get a member agreement on that, please? All show. Okay, it's unanimous. Yep. Okay, regarding item 7, we will review after the next item if it's to proceed as we are hoping to do so. Okay, thank you. Moving to item number 6, this is DC 24 1196, land south of Backs Close, Storrington, West Sussex. Please could the officer present the application to committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. This application is a detailed application, so full planning permission sought for the provision of 30 dwellings, inclusive of 11 affordable dwellings, together with associated infrastructure, open space and landscaping. On slide now is a slide showing the location of the application site with some key constraints modelled. Members should note that the site sits off to the southwest of Storrington and adjoins the built-up area boundary of Storrington to the adjacent east. Apologies. The site does feature a number of constraints. There is a modelled area of surface water flood risk, which extends along the left-hand side of the site, so the western extent of the site, which corresponds to the position of an existing stream, which is to be retained. And there is an area of pooling, mainly off the right-hand side of the site next to Cobb Court, which predominantly lies outside of the application site area. The site sits to the north of Amberley Road, with the designated extent of the South Downs National Park opposite on Amberley Road, and which further extends out to the west, where Clay Lane exists beyond an existing pig farm. There are a number of protected trees in the vicinity of the site, with the tree preservation order extending to woodland to the top left-hand side of the site, and to 3 individual trees to the immediate north. Cobb Court is a Grade 2 listed building located to the northeast of the site in close proximity, with public right-of-way 2972 passing through the site at its northern extent and leading off to the northwest. Members should note that the site is within comfortable walking distance of a range of services and facilities available within Storrington, with the scale of the proposals considered appropriate to Storrington's status as a secondary settlement within the defined settlement hierarchy. Turning to the physical context of the site, this is an aerial image showing the site on slide at the moment. At present, it isn't actively used for agricultural purposes and predominantly comprises scrub grassland with informal public access to the site. The site features well-established treed hedgerows to its boundaries, particularly to the west-hand and southern-hand edges of the site, with a non-continuous treed hedgerow in the central part of the site, which broadly splits the site into northern and southern fields. Looking at the site in a wider context, you can see here the scale of the site and its situation in relation to Storrington and the wider landscape. So here you can see the site is a relatively small component of the receiving landscape character area, and is notably less open than fields to the adjacent west and south of the site. You can further see the position of the scarp slope at approximately 2 kilometres south of the site, where corresponding to a position within the South Downs National Park. Turning to some images of the site and its context, this is one of the viewpoint images which was assessed within the landscape visual impact assessment, and it's a view from Rackham Hill. So here we can see the site centrally within this photograph, and you can see it well defined, well contained within the existing structured planting which exists on particularly the western and southern boundaries of the site. Also of note is the lesser degree of openness appreciable relative to land which sits in the foreground, and the fact that the site sits against the background of existing suburban development within the built-up area of Storrington. This is a similar image slightly further to the east, also taken from atop the escarpment. This is from Springhead Hill, where again you can see the degree to which the site benefits from the structured planting present to the west-hand side boundary and to the southern side boundary along the course of Amberley Road. You can also see the degree to which existing trees operate to soften and screen views of existing suburban development in and around the new town part of Storrington. And this is a view even further to the east from Kithurst Hill. And again, you can see the site sits within the well-contained existing established vegetation and is perceived in the context of existing suburban development within the built-up area boundary. Turning to closer views, this is a site from the bottom part of the site looking to the north. This is a view from Amberley Road. So you can see this part of the site on the left-hand side with the field gate is mainly proposed for soft landscaping and ecological improvement, with the main part of the site screened by mature trees on the roadside, and by quite significant less established scrub and immature trees to the immediate rear. That is also evident moving further to the east, where you can see in the opposite direction that the proposals would the presence of mature roadside trees with less established shrubbery in the background. The proposals do seek to retain the mature roadside trees, but do propose to clear the less established vegetation to the rear. So the implication of that will be inevitably that the site would become more exposed within these closer views from Amberley Road, but nonetheless the visual impact in this situation is relatively localised, when an officer consider the overall degree of harm associated with the scheme in visual terms to be moderate in nature. Also of significance is the village gateway feature to the left-hand side. So you can see there where on Amberley Road where the speed limit transitions from the 60-mile-an-hour limit to the 30-mile-an-hour limit, with the Newtown Road junction and Amberley Road junction just off the right-hand side of this image. This is a viewpoint from Clay Lane to the west, and the site sits on the west, so the right-hand side of this image, behind the existing pig farm. So you can see on the left the existing development of Backs Close, and the degree to which that is softened by existing vegetation present on the boundary, and the degree to which the boundary vegetation on the right-hand side within the site itself is of more of established nature. You can just about make out existing development at roof level at Downsland on the right-hand side, though it is relatively difficult to appreciate given the muted tone of clay tiling, which is of a consistent theme to the material palette which is being proposed in this instance. This is a view from 2972 outside of the site, but again looking back towards it. So you can see the mature trees in the foreground which is be retained, the Backs Close development on the left-hand side. And this is a view from with my own site images from Pro 2972 within the site itself, looking to the south. So you can see this is the northern field with the internal tree division centrally within the image, and with the scarp slope of the South Downs in the background. You can see the degree to which the established planting on the right-hand side, and indeed in the far distance, is of quite established nature. This is the eastern site boundary, which I highlight really just to show that there is a very good separation between the site and to existing dwellings within the built-up area boundary, with some intervening vegetation. And this is the southern field, which is where the majority of the development is proposed, looking towards the southwest. So again, you can see the considerable structural planting present to the southern and western site boundaries. These are the closest dwellings to the scheme, which are numbers 2 and 3 Downsland. And you can see the degree to which that these dwellings are orientated and positioned slightly away from the boundary, such as to ensure that the future occupiers or existing occupiers wouldn't be exposed to unacceptable effects upon their living conditions as a consequence of the introduction of housing in this part of the site. This is a view. These are views towards Cobb Court, both respectively in winter and summer. So you can see in the left-hand image, the summer image, the degree to which existing vegetation acts to really screen views towards the listed building. You can see it's only appreciable at roof level, with chimney stacks appreciable. And on the right-hand side, the increased degree of exposure as a result of the non-leaf vegetation does expose Cobb Court to a greater degree. That vegetation is being retained, and there is no housing development proposed in this part of the site. So it's the view of officers that the proposers would still allow public views from within the site towards Cobb Court and continue to allow for an appreciation of its special architectural interest. This is a view from Backs Close to the north. So the proposals would effectively continue the existing cul-de-sac to the south, and you can see the scarp slope of the South Downs in the far distance. Of note is the significant tree on the left-hand side in the middle distance, which is subject of a tree preservation order, and where the proposed access would run through the root protection area of. And of course, that is a conflict which is acknowledged within the officer's report, and we have sought to attribute harm to that relationship within our assessment. Turning to the proposed layout, so here we can see the proposals. They are a continuation of the Backs Close cul-de-sac, as discussed earlier, with the majority of housing concentrated within the southern part of the site. That development is facilitated through the removal of non-mature vegetation, non-mature trees along the southern boundary, but nonetheless allowing the retention of mature structural roadside oaks and trees. The response to the council's arborist is that those trees are of an immature nature. They were planted in 2007, so they aren't of a condition which are regarded to be of significance, of individual significance in landscape terms, and are capable of being compensated for through the introduction of new planting elsewhere within the development site. And that is mainly taking the form of additional planting on the left-hand side of the site, along the western boundary and the southern boundary, and in the northern part of the site adjacent to Cobb Court and where the site bounds the existing built-up area boundary. In the northern part of the site, dwellings are clustered on the left-hand side, and there's a pumping station shown indicatively off to the right-hand side, adjacent to the site access from Backs Close. The proposals further incorporate a very small area of public open space to the south of the proposed Suds Basin, and seek to ensure that all dwellings are proposed outside of areas modelled as at risk of surface water flooding. A footpath connection would be introduced from the eastern part of the site onto Amberley Road, which would form a continuous footway along Amberley Road leading back towards the village, subject to off-site highways improvements. Some dwellings, given the detailed nature of the proposals, we do have designs before us. So these are mainly a pastiche, quite typical type traditional house design, emphasising strong gables with gablet forms or secondary ridges, etc., provided to provide visual interest. Throughout the scheme, we are making use of traditional materials, so it's mainly clay tile hanging and clay tiles to roofs, I should have said, vertical tile hanging and red brick, together with decorative brickwork courses and the use of some decorative tiling as well. You can also see chimney stacks incorporated quite comprehensively throughout the development. We can see that the way in which some of the larger homes are articulated through the incorporation of secondary roof slopes and gablet features, so particularly on the bottom right-hand side image, and through the introduction of open side porches as well. And the theme we see quite a lot through the development is the use of perpendicular ridges, particularly to semi-detached pairs, as we see here, to provide a degree of relief to the roof slope and to provide a strong frontage, and that's something that is seen quite significantly along the row of houses proposed and fronting onto Amberley Road, effectively. So these are the tree constraints. So you can see here, I'll address the right-hand image first, the degree to which the less established planting is to be removed in the southern section of the site. There have been some changes made in this part of the site, particularly to the provision of garaging and turning areas, etc., to ensure that this loss is not as significant as depicted in the arboricultural impact assessment, which is shown here. And we, in addition, of course, do have soft landscaping proposals which seek to introduce new planting, new hedgerow planting, etc., to better reinforce this boundary subsequent to the establishment of the development. On the left-hand side, you can see the degree to which the protected oak at the northern extent of the site is affected by the introduction of the proposed access road, together with minor tree works to trees of lesser significance and lesser value is categorised within the arboricultural impact assessment to facilitate some of the garden spaces of the development. Crucially, though, the garden spaces are well defined and they should avoid future potential conflict or pressure to fell or reduce trees in the future given their sufficient proportions. These are some of the key highways works associated with the proposal. So here we can see the cycle pedestrian route, which is a 2.5 metre wide cycleway, footway, leading out of the eastern part of the site to the junction with Newtown Road, which would continue for a short distance along the northern extent of Amberley Road. Tactile paving would be introduced at the junction to allow easier access across the Newtown Road, Amberley Road junction leading back towards the village, and to better serve a public right-of-way leading to the south of the site opposite on Amberley Road. The proposals do provide or do demonstrate that 43-metre visibility displays in either direction can be obtained from the Amberley Road, Newtown Road junction. And further, the proposals do include the provision or indicate the provision of a vehicle speed activated sign at the position of the existing village gateway in order to assist in reducing vehicle speeds in that location. These have all been subject to road safety audits. They have been considered by the local highways authority, who have raised no objection to the scheme on the basis of highway safety or operation. And I will conclude by noting two preceding schemes which were considered by the authority in 2015. Those were respectively a scheme for 45 dwellings on the left-hand side and a scheme for 35 dwellings on the right-hand side. Those schemes were refused and they did go to appeal. The inspector concluded, apologies, I want to make sure I'm correct on exactly what he said. They were dismissed on the basis of landscape harm, inclusive of a slight adverse effect upon the setting of the South Downs National Park and less than substantial harm to the setting of Cobb Court. The proposals further were dismissed owing to conflict with the provisions of the development plan at that point in time in respect of its spatial and countryside protection policy. Now, of note is that the proposals are proposing a lesser quantum of development than those preceding proposals. We're looking at 30 proposals rather than 35 dwellings, and they are provided in a different format to those preceding proposals. So unlike the preceding proposals, we concentrate the majority of development in the southern section of the site, where it benefits from the structural planting on the western and southern boundaries to a greater degree, and doesn't contribute to the enclosure of Cobb Court to the same extent, owing to the absence of built development within the northeastern section of the site. As reported in the officer's, or as discussed in the officer's report, further, there have been material changes in national planning policy, particularly regarding the way in which development within the setting of the South Downs National Park should be treated. But it is the view of officers that the current proposals result in less degree of landscape harm and less effect upon the setting of the South Downs National Park. In particular, it should further be noted that the proposals are considered to be more sensitively positioned and to take measures to avoid and lessen effect in compliance with what the framework says development should do within the setting of a national park. Furthermore, it should be noted that preceding appeal schemes were dismissed at a time where the HTPF was newly adopted and where the council was able to demonstrate a 5-year land housing supply. Both the spatial and countryside protections of the policies of the HTPF and the SSWMP are out of date. The council are only able to demonstrate a 1-year supply of housing land. That is a substantial shortfall relative to the objectively assessed needs of the district. On the basis of the tilted balance, as discussed in the officer's report, it is not considered that the adverse effects of granting planning permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the provisions of the framework as a whole. It is therefore the officer's recommendation that proposals be permitted, subject to the list of conditions detailed in the committee addendum and the completion of a Section 106 legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First speaker is Siobhan, and apologies if I mispronounce your name. And you have 3 minutes.
Chair, members, my name is Siobhan Scaife, daughter to Robert and Nuala Stoker, who reside at 3 Backs Close. Having been granted power of attorney by them, I'm speaking on their behalf. My parents live immediately next to the field you're asked to approve for 30 houses. For my family, this isn't an abstract planning application. It will reshape our home environment every single day. Currently, the boundary between my parents' home and the field is quiet, green and alive with wildlife. Mature trees and hedgerows screen the South Downs and form a dark, undisturbed corridor where bats and birds are active year-round. The plans take a chainsaw to that. Your own tree officer has said the layout breaches BS 5837 standards and that the loss of that plantation will strip privacy, increase light pollution and fragment the bat flight line Natural England says must be protected. Traffic is another major concern. All vehicles, around 60 cars plus deliveries and refuse lorries, would funnel through Bats Close. It's a narrow cul-de-sac, already blocked when bin lorries arrive. On-street parking creates pinch points, so 2 vehicles often can't pass. That means more reversing, more noise and more congestion right outside our homes. Once you leave Backs Close, you hit Newtown Road, still narrow, still without a proper footway, forcing pedestrians, including children, into the carriageway. Then at Amberley Road, West Sussex County Council's own data shows nearly half of drivers' speed. Visibility is poor, and I've seen too many near misses there already. Adding more traffic will only increase the risk. Noise will also rise. Construction will bring months of reversing alarms and heavy plant, but the long-term effect is worse. The steady hum of engines, delivery vans, and stop-start traffic echoing between houses. For a street that's been quiet for decades, this will be a permanent loss. And let's be clear, this site is outside the built-up area boundary, not allocated in any plan and previously refused at appeal in 2016 because of harm to the rural setting, the South Downs National Park and Cobb Court. Those facts haven't changed, and now there is a legal duty to seek to further the park's purposes. This scheme fails that test. Finally, there's water neutrality. Natural England has been clear. The applicant hasn't shown this development can go ahead without harming the Arun Valley's protected wetlands. Until that's proven beyond doubt, it's my belief that you can't approve the plan. This is not an objection based upon a wish for the development to not be in my backyard. It's about safe roads, peace in our homes and protecting irreplaceable landscape and biodiversity on the edge of a national park.
Could you bring your comments to conclusion, please?
For my parents, neighbours, for my family and for the integrity of your own planning framework, I respectfully urge you to refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Linda Gavigan, please. And you two have 3 minutes. Thank you very much. The one on the right.
To the left. Okay, thank you. Chair, members, my name is Linda Gavigan and I live at 4 Backs Close, Storrington, directly opposite Mr and Mrs Stoker at number 3 and adjacent to the proposed development. Their daughter Siobhan has spoken eloquently about the many reasons why the residents of Backs Close believe the planning application for 30 houses on the field south of Backs Close should be refused. I'm not going to repeat the same arguments against the proposal, but would add further points for your consideration. From my kitchen window, I can watch a wide array of birds, not only on my front lawn and across the road on the Stokers' lawn, but frequently hopping about in the middle of the road. We have a pair of thrushes, blackbirds, rooks, blue tits, the occasional woodpecker, visiting goldfinches feeding on grass seed next to the footpath, sometimes a glimpse of a wren, pigeons and the occasional pheasant. The oak tree across the road is often visited by a flock of long-tailed tits. None of these will survive months of construction traffic or through traffic from the proposed development. We're told that someone sitting at a desk could use an algorithm to calculate that 30 households with 70 plus car parking spaces will generate just 17 additional traffic movements at peak times. This apparently is based on statistics and not the reality of traffic in this neighbourhood. There are fanciful claims about walking times to points in the village which are grossly underestimated. Fine words about schemes to encourage prospective tenants to use public transport accompanying a list of bus routes which do not reflect reality. There is indeed a bus to Chichester once a week. Buses to Horsham and Worthing are hourly at best and often less frequent. The bus from Storrington, which calls at Pulborough Station, conveniently arrives just in time to miss the train to London Victoria. There are no big employers in Storrington, but we're expected to believe that most of the occupants of these houses will use public transport or walk to work, and only 17 of 30 families will need to drive. I wonder how many members of the committee have attempted to turn right out of the New Town Road into the speeding traffic at any time of day, never mind at peak times. For the past 20 years, maintenance of fencing around the houses in Backs Close, tree work on the other side of the boundary, clearance of the jungle of brambles and nettles which invade our garden, and work on the banks of the stream behind our properties has been carried out through Savills on behalf of the previous landowners. We've now been told that this is no longer going to happen, which speaks volumes about the principles of the developer. On the subject of water neutrality and the risks to the Arun Valley's protected wetlands, I would draw attention to the stream behind our properties, which is eroding the banks year on year due to ever-increasing rainfall. Building on land which serves to absorb much of this rainfall will exacerbate this problem to the detriment of existing dwellings. In the early 60s, my family moved into a new build house in what was then Hatfield Newtown. My mother lived in that same house, still under the control of Wellington Hatfield District Council, until she was in her 80s. I believe there should be affordable social housing available to all who need it, but 3 and 4 bedroom shared ownership houses will not fulfil that need locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. That's Amy Wolanski. You have 3.
Good evening, members. I represent 163 total public objections. We would like to focus your attention on the harm this development would cause to 3 things: the setting of the South Downs National Park and Dark Night Skies Zone through the loss of open land, trees, and increased light pollution, the setting Cobb Court, a Grade 2 listed building, and local highway safety. The housing shortfall and tilted balance in favor of development is noted. However, NPPF paragraph 11D1 and footnote 7 make it clear that where a proposal causes harm to a national park or a listed building and NPPF policies provide a strong reason for refusal, the tilted balance is therefore disengaged and thus the Planning Committee is empowered to refuse this specific application. The harm to the national park by developing this site was recognized already by the neighborhood plan examiner, who noted its sensitivity and importance as a buffer. The examiner's conclusion is a key material consideration, yet the current proposal still removes this buffer, causing irreversible harm. Both applications from 2016 on the site were refused and dismissed at appeal. The inspector found harm to both the South Downs National Park and Cobb Court in his report. He stated, and quote, "The scale and extent of development proposed would result in unacceptable harm to the setting of the settlement and the very attractive landscape of the South Downs National Park." On Cobb Court, he found, and quote, "The proposals would diminish the ability to experience a historic landscape setting and harm its significance. We therefore find the proposal to be in breach of at least 3 policies of the NPPF. Paragraph 189, which gives great weight to conserving the national park and states that development within its setting should be sensitively located, designed to avoid or minimize adverse impacts. Paragraphs 212 and 213, which give great weight to the protection of designated heritage assets and their settings, and which state any harm to or loss of the significance of a designated heritage asset should require clear and convincing justification. We also raise concerns about the traffic report for Newtown Road, which residents believe underrepresents actual traffic levels. The road has no pavement. Contrary to the report, it narrows to 4.3 meters, not 4.5 meters as claimed on the travel plan, making it unsuitable and unsafe as a shared surface, and it does not align with design standards applied to new developments in this area. Visibility displays are present but poorly maintained and not adequate. The applicant's report also omits reference to accidents at the Amberley Road junction which have occurred. Residents tend to avoid this dangerous right turn by detouring through Storrington and going via the Tesco roundabout. These issues raise serious safety concerns and cast doubt on the accuracy of their transport assessment.
Could you bring your comments to a conclusion, please?
Yes, sure. We respectfully request that you uphold the local and national policies introduced to respect and protect the environmental local amenity, and therefore ask you to refuse this application under NPPF 189, 212 and 213. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Philippa Robinson, please. And you also have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Philippa Robinson and I'm the planning agent on this application, speaking on behalf of A2 Dominion, the applicant and a registered housing provider. A2 Dominion and the project team have worked with your officers and statutory consultees to develop the proposals in front of you today. Members will be aware that the site has been subject to previous planning applications and an appeal. The scheme today is significantly different and focuses on a landscape-led approach with a reduction in homes and an alternative layout. As a result, the proposals have received no objection from the South Downs National Park Authority, Horsham's Conservation Officer, Horsham's B&G Officer, and Place Services for Landscape and Ecology. The planning policy environment is also extremely different. The site is well located, immediately adjacent to the built-up area boundary of Storrington. It falls outside of the South Downs National Park. In line with the requirements of Horsham's facilitating appropriate development document, the development would make a logical and sustainable extension to the existing settlement. As a registered provider, A2 Dominion understand affordable housing. They have designed the scheme with affordable homes at its heart to ensure that they are deliverable. The scheme provides 11 affordable homes, which is above the policy requirement. This will help to meet the local need. Following feedback from Horsham's housing officer, the housing mix was amended to increase the number of 3-bed affordable homes for rent. The application proposes a number of highways improvements, including a footway extension to Amberley Road, pedestrian crossing points, and speed calming measures on Amberley Road through the installation of a gateway feature. The Highways Authority have no objection to the proposal, the main access point, or the impact to the local highway. The proposal is supported by a bespoke water neutrality solution. Additional information has been provided to officers during the determination of the application to satisfy the request made by Natural England to ensure there is no impact to the Arun Valley SPA. The proposal comes at a time when Horsham District Council is facing a significant challenge. The current local plan and the neighbourhood plan are out of date. The council is facing a housing crisis with a 1-year supply of housing, and there is uncertainty surrounding the new local plan. This means that under national planning policy, the presumption in favour of sustainable development must be applied. Your officers have concluded that the proposals are acceptable in planning terms, and therefore I respectfully request that the application be approved in accordance with your officers' recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, slight change to the speaking order here. Councillor Paul Marshall, please. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come forward on there. I'm the local county councillor for Storrington Division, and I'm speaking in that capacity. Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to object to the application, which is DC 241196, for 30 dwellings on land south of Backs Close, Storrington. Whilst I recognise officers' recommendations is now to approve, subject to conditions and Section 106 agreement, this site remains fundamentally the wrong location for development. This site also lies outside the built-up area boundary of Storrington, and both the previously adopted Horsham District Planning Frame and the made Storrington-Sullington Neighbourhood Plan reject the development there historically. The neighbourhood plan, backed by a referendum, carefully allocated housing on more appropriate sites. This location was considered and rejected because of its countryside setting and its proximity to the national park. Approving this would undermine the democratic process and weaken the plan-led system. The site directly abuts the South Down National Park along its southern boundary. Your own evidence base for the local plan review states that the land has no capacity for development without significant harm. Even with the proposed landscaping of 30 houses, new roads and street lighting, this will urbanise currently open countryside, and this erodes the rural buffer, intrudes into the park setting and increases light pollution, threatening the dark skies that the park is known for. The South Down National Park, under the NPFF, under the National Planning Policy Framework, great weight must be given to conserving the landscape and the scenic beauty of National Park. In my view, this scheme fails that test. In regards to access via back close, this is a narrow residential cul-de-sac with no continuous footpath. Adding traffic from 30 homes risks the safety of pedestrians, especially children and older residents. There is no safe direct walking route to the village centre, shops or schools. Public transport is limited, and this means that once again residents will be car dependent, adding the traffic through Storrington's air quality management area where pollution already breaches legal limits. This location is not sustainable. It's on the far edge of the village, far from key services, and will generate more car journeys. Storrington has already absorbed significant housing growth from allocated sites. Local services such as schools, healthcare, parking are stretched, and while Section 106 contributions may provide funds, they do not guarantee physical capacity, and the cumulative impact on the infrastructure needs to be considered. Again, this site is in the North Sussex, Sussex North Water Supply Zone, where Natural England requires water neutrality to protect sensible habitats. The applicant's water neutrality statement may satisfy officers in principle, but the mitigation measures are not yet proven in practice or secured for the lifetime of the development. The site's hedgerows and open grasslines provide valuable habitat for bats and other wildlife, and development will inevitably remove habitat, and off-site biodiversity measures rarely replace the quality of what is lost. The planning balance, yes, there are benefits. Of course, we talk about 30 homes, and we recognise the need for homes, and I do sort of acknowledge the pressure that's placed on you as a planning authority. So the 30 homes, there are benefits, and of course 11 of those would be in the affordable arena. And Section 106 may help local infrastructure, but these benefits are modest in scale, and the harms are substantial and permanent. In addition to that, we see this as a conflict with the previous local plan as well as the neighbourhood plan, and significant visual harm to the setting of the national park. Highways safety and pedestrian access concerns, I believe, still remain relevant, and of course it's adding to the car.
Could you bring your comments to conclusion, please?
Will do, Chairman. So in conclusion, members, this is not about opposing housing per se. It's about ensuring housing is in the right place. This site is in the wrong place, sensitive, unsustainable, and contrary to both local and national planning policy. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee.
Thank you very much. The officer will now read a statement from Councillor Joan Grech, who is the ward member for Storrington and Washington. And it should be no longer than 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Chairs, members, I want to focus on the people who live on Bats Close and Newtown Road, their safety, their amenity and their right to a street that works as a home zone, not a cut through or a feeder to the B2139. These are narrow residential streets with pinch points on street parking pressures and gaps in footway provision. Today, With existing traffic, residents already take care when stepping off their front paths, pushing buggies or crossing to a parked car. Add the daily car movements from 30 new dwellings, residents' cars, delivery vans, refuse and service vehicles, visitors, and the character of these street changes. The result isn't theoretical, it's a daily conflict in a constrained environment. You've seen evidence that around half or even more of vehicles on nearby Amberley Road, B2139, exceed the speed limit. Whether or not a technical threshold of severe is met on paper, members must look at real-world conditions. To reach the B2139 from the site, people will funnel along Backs Close, then through Newtown Road, where the road is only 4.3 metres wide, with no footway going south. There's limited forward visibility and the familiar conflict between parked cars and passing traffic. That's a daily risk for all street users, and even more so for those with reduced mobility, for children walking to school and for older residents. Amenity matters too. More cars mean more door slams, idling engines, early morning deliveries, more reversing, more curb or verge mounting to squeeze it by. Over time, traffic brings the usual urbanising creep, extra signs, hard surfacing, lighting, into streets never designed to be a feeder route. And that's before construction. Without a tightly written construction traffic management plan, residents face months, if not years, of HGVs, temporary closures and vibration impacts on frontages not built for that loading. Ask the basic test. Would I want my own family to walk here? A policy compliance scheme would not put the primary access onto a pair of narrow residential streets. It would deliver continuous lit footways and formal crossings to the village core. This one doesn't. It would show refuse and emergency vehicle access that doesn't rely on awkward manoeuvres and constant give and take. This one can't. On that test alone, it fails MPPF 112 to 116 and HDPF 40, safe, suitable access for all users, and harms residential amenity under HDPF 24 and 33 and SSWMP 17. Policy is clear about the places we should create. That means safe, continuous lit walking routes to school, shops and bus stops, speeds managed by design, not wishful thinking, parking and geometry that don't force pavement overruns or repeated reversing, construction traffic kept off residential streets wherever possible with enforceable controls. None of that is secured here. Members cannot be satisfied that impacts are acceptable. So the right outcome tonight is to refuse for unsafe and unsuitable access and resulting amenity harm to Bats Close, Newtown Road, contrary to MPPF 112 to 116, HDPF 40, 24 and 33 and SSWMP 17 alongside the other reasons you've heard. If, however, the committee is not prepared to refuse, then the only responsible alternative is not approval in principle but instead deferral with a clear brief to return with no primary access via Backs Close, Newtown Road, continuous lit footways and formal crossings on both Backs Close and Newtown, supported by stage 1-2 road safety audits and independent spec path analysis for refuse and emergency vehicles, and a robust enforceable CTMP that keeps HGVs off these streets, fixes delivery windows and routing, and protects residents throughout the build. Residents deserve safe, walkable streets, not shortcuts. Please refuse, and if not, defer until a genuinely safe solution is secured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I invite Councillor Emma Beard, Ward Member for Storrington and Washington. You have 5 minutes, Councillor.
I'll take the correct seat this time. Apologies for before. Evening again, Chair, members and the public. This site sits a few metres from the South Downs National Park. The MPPF requires great weight to conserving and enhancing landscape and scenic beauty in national parks and to limiting light pollution. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Act of 2023 goes further. Relevant authorities must seek to further the park's statutory purposes, not merely have regard. That is not a box tick. It is a legal duty to protect a nationally important landscape that's on our doorstep. The applicant's own evidence shows loss of plantation trees along the southern boundary, exactly where the site faces the park. Those trees perform three irreplaceable functions: screening development in views screening the development in views from and towards the downs, buffering the night sky from domestic and street lightning, and, in my head, more importantly, providing habitat flight lines for barbed-straw bats, all protected species and many other beings. Thin or breach it, and you cannot replicate those conditions and all those combined functions with saplings or fence panels. That is the landscape and ecological harm under HDPF 25 and 30 and the SSWNP 14 to 15. On ecology habitats, the edge tree lines here support barbed-straw activity functionally linked to the men's special area of conservation. The layout pushes light right up against those edges and introduces cumulative spill of porches, plots and other columns. Significant effects cannot be excluded on the evidence before you, so a lawful appropriate assessment is required until an appropriate assessment concludes no adverse effects on site integrity. The tilted balance does not engage. We also lack up-to-date wild bird survey coverage, a basic evidential gap for the location of this sensitive. I now ask you to consider dark skies. From South Downs National Park viewpoints, this green gap stands out as a dark band of countryside that contrasts with the town's glow, helping to keep Storrington visually separate. Filling the edge with roofscapes by day and window glow by night would push urban sky glow outward into the park setting, contrary to the NPPF 198 and HDPF 30. The park's gateway experience is not a technicality. It's what residents and visitors see and feel. Now, consider noise. Not just for existing neighbours, but for the few residents of this scheme. The main route private car and commercial vehicle drivers naturally take leads onto the Amberley Road, where speeding is, as already mentioned, a problem. A layout that relies on close frontage to a faster moving B road asks exposing new homes and gardens to road traffic noise, including a large number of HGVs with up to 69% speeding that then has to be fixed with acoustic fencing and sealed facades. That's not a good placemaking. It's designing as poor amenity and then trying to mitigate later. The 2016 inspector already recognised the rural transition here, the breathing space between village and national park. The rural edge is what gives Storrington its setting and is the park's gateway. The proposal would compress that space and sky glow to a designated dark sky landscape and thin the very tree belt that makes the edge legible and ecologically functioning. Policies in the HDPF and SSW neighbourhood plan are crystal clear. Protect landscape character, protect the South Downs National Park setting, protect biodiversity and design for amenity. On all four counts, the scheme is found wanting. It urbanises a national park edge, erodes dark skies, compromises backed corridors and designs in poor amenity for future residents. Until that is done, members, you cannot be satisfied that the impacts are acceptable. I urge you to refuse on the grounds above, and for other compelling reasons that if you've heard from my fellow ward members and the public. If you are minded to ignore these compelling arguments and decide to proceed, it's essential that you defer according to the motion put before you, as this application is not fit for purpose in its current state. Members, we are the custodians of the National Park's edge. The right decision is to refuse.
Could you bring your comments to a conclusion, please?
Certainly will. For the conflict with HDPF 24, 25, 30 and 31 and SSWNP 14 to 15, and also some from the national NPPF as well. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Now ask Claudia Fisher a ward member for Storrington and Washington, to speak, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Backs Close and Newtown Road are simply not suitable for this scheme. They are narrow residential streets that already struggle with traffic. Sections are too tight for two vehicles to pass, and pavements are missing or broken, forcing pedestrians into the carriageway. To channel all construction traffic, all resident traffic, and all deliveries for 30 new homes through these roads would fundamentally change their character and undermine the amenity of the people who live there. This is not just an inconvenience, it goes to the right of residents for a safe and peaceful family life in their homes. Constant traffic through constrained roads would mean disturbance, loss of amenity, and increased risk of accidents. That is directly relevant under Article 8 of the Human Rights Act, as well as under planning policy. The NPPF at paragraphs 112 and 116 requires safe and suitable access for all users. HTPF policy says the same. This scheme does not meet that test. It is unsafe, it's unsuitable, and it would cause unacceptable harm to residents' well-being. Beyond highways, the officer's use of the tilted balance is misplaced. Natural England has confirmed that water neutrality for the Arun Valley designated site is not demonstrated. Where significant effects cannot be ruled out, this simply doesn't apply. This means the decision must be plan-led under section 38(6) of both the HDPF and Sullington neighbourhood plan place this land outside suitable areas for growth. And the harm to the South Downs National Park is clear. The scheme urbanises the rural edge, erodes the settlement transition into the Downs, and increases sky glow. That's contrary to NPPF paragraphs 189 and 198C, which give great weight to conserving national parks and limiting light pollution, and to HDPF policies 25 and 30. And the heritage harm to Cobb Court is equally clear. The inspector in 2016 found that enclosing its setting and removing countryside glimpses caused less than substantial but weighty harm. This application repeats that harm. Under NPPF paragraphs 210 to 216 and HDPF policy 34, great weight must be given to conservation and any harm must be clearly and convincingly justified, but no justification has been made. Taken together, the scheme conflicts with the development plan as a whole and with the NPPF. The correct and lawful outcome is refusal, and I urge members to support to put forward a refusal motion. However, Chair, if colleagues feel unable to refuse today, I urge deferral, not approval in principle, so that the applicant can bring forward a fundamentally different access strategy and address the outstanding harms. This must include new primary vehicular and pedestrian access directly from Amberley Road, the B2139, not via Backs Close and Newtown Road. If that's not possible, then it's absolutely essential that an inclusion of a footway provision on Newtown Road, both sides of the road, is included. Going back to the road, a developer-funded roundabout or equivalent upgrade to the B2139 to national standards would be important, with swept paths and continuous lit footways to the village centre and schools. Plus a legally secured speed limit reduction on the B2139, where the speeding is regular, plus gateway features and formal raised crossings. And also a dark sky compliant lighting strategy, achieving 0.5 lux along bat corridors and no net loss of the southern tree belt. Also in the deferral, completion of full bat and bird surveys, which are a lawful appropriate assessment showing no adverse effect on integrity before any resolution to grant. Until that is done, members cannot be satisfied that the impacts are acceptable. Chair and members, I urge you to refuse on these clear grounds and for the compelling reasons you've also heard from my fellow ward count members and the public. But if you're not prepared to refuse today, then at the very least, please defer, because this application is simply not fit for purpose in its current state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I invite the officers to respond to the comments that they've heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I do think there are a number of important points of clarification which do need to be made following a number of those comments we've just heard. The first matter I'm going to touch on is the matter of active travel. A number of of comments reference the non-continuous nature of footways leading to and from the scheme. I think, to be very clear, the non-continuous stretch of footways concerns a stretch of Newtown Road from the north of its junction with Amberley Road, leading up towards its junction just to the edge of Cobb Court. So it isn't within the development site itself. Within the development site itself, sorry, apologies, was that image on?
Well, it is now.
Okay, apologies, sorry, I'll run through that again. I wasn't aware, I should look up, shouldn't I? So the part of Newtown Road which doesn't have footway is north of the junction between Newtown Road and Amberley Road, up to where Cobb Court is. Within the site itself, the proposals have fully continuous footways. There's a fully continuous footway along the full length of Backs Close and along the course of Newtown Road leading up to Pulborough Road to the north and leading back towards the village. Further, to the direct east, so along the full length of Amberley Road, there is a continuous footway. Both of those routes are fully street lit. So in terms of understanding the relationship between this settlement and how future occupiers would access the site, the high street sits off to the right hand side. That's where the majority of facilities available within Storrington are. That's where the leisure centre is. That's where the shops are, etc. That's the direction most people would be walking to and from the site. Most people would not be walking along the stretch of Newtown Road to the direct east of the site. It just isn't the direction which the principal draws would move in the direction of. And even if that is the case, there is a public right-of-way which leads directly to the east of the site, completely free of the highway network. Admittedly, reliance on the public right-of-way is never always trustworthy, but it is a route nonetheless available to future residents if they sought to take advantage of it. The walking distances here are short. They're around a kilometre. It's well within most of the guidance for active travel, etc. So I think it needs to be accurately understood the context in which those comments are being made. In respect of lighting, which was one of the comments that we have, so the South Downs National Park is, well, the International Dark Skies designation corresponds to the extent of the South Downs National Park. So this site sits beyond the International Dark Skies Reserve, but in very close proximity to it. It is an area, as noted by a number of speakers, which is intrinsically dark. It reflects the fact that there's no pre-existing lighting. But it does need to be understood that the proposals are quite sympathetic in terms of the provision of lighting. Apologies for flicking through. The lighting scheme presented and submitted in accompaniment to the ecological statement details that there will be no street lighting introduced with the proposals. It all takes the form of low-level bollard lighting with cowls and shields, etc., proposed to help limit sky glow and overall illuminance that you might see in association with a typical suburban development. There will be glow associated with the introduction of windows, etc. But these, in this instance, dwellings are traditionally designed, so fenestrations are reasonably proportioned. There's no roof lighting or roof glazing are proposed, and we're imposing conditions to give us future control over the introduction of lighting, which might be impactful upon habitats and upon the International Dark Skies Reserve in the future. Fundamentally, those proposals are exactly as you'd expect for a development within the reserve itself, and in the view of officers, don't warrant objection in that specific regard. I noted a number of comments regarding the width of Backs Close. Backs Close itself is 5.6 metres wide, according to my measurements. That is the width of a typical suburban street. It's well wide enough for two-way vehicle movements. Yes, as noted within the speaker comments, there will be adverse effects upon neighbours, vehicle movements, etc. during construction. But as with ever with construction is a temporary effect, and we are recommending a SEMP type condition to ensure that construction effects can be managed, controlled and mitigated to the fullest possible extent. A number of further points of important clarification. It was suggested that this scheme had not been subject to an appropriate assessment, or the conclusions of the appropriate assessment were negative. Neither of those is actually a reflection of the appropriate underassessment undertaken by the council. that the appropriate assessment undertaken by the council in respect of the Arun Valley site, so in respect of water neutrality, concludes that there would be no possible adverse effect upon the integrity of the Arun Valley sites. And that would be a position which would be secured through the Section 106 agreement and through the conditions that we are recommending, subject to which there would be no possible adverse effect. And further, we have undertaken an appropriate assessment in respect of effects upon the Men's SAC and Eberno Common SAC as a consequence of back commuting and habitat interconnectivity. Again, that appropriate assessment is favourable in nature, and Natural England did not deem to respond. So in either regard, especially noting at Natural England's comments in relation to the Arun Valley appropriate assessment, they recognise that the proposed offsetting strategy would represent appropriate mitigation and would provide precautionary values. We should have confidence that certain further details be secured, and those relate to occupancy rates in the available housing stock available to the applicant, and to ensure there's no double counting, and that's what we're seeking to secure through the drafting of the Section 106 agreement. So those are measures which are capable of being overcome in the manner that we are putting forward. In terms of ecology in general, the site has been subject to thorough ecological assessment. We have a full suite of ecological reports accompanying the application, and that does include the necessary species surveys. I noticed the comment regarding the absence of bird surveys. However, bird surveys aren't a typical requirement for a site such as this. If the need for bird surveys was required, that would have been highlighted by a consultant ecologist who wouldn't have sought to raise no objection to the scheme if indeed that was necessary information. So we can have confidence that the proposal has been assessed properly in ecological terms. I mean, most of these I have addressed in my report, so I'm loath to address them again, but there was one comment from one of the speakers in respect of paragraph 11D1, and that specifically related to harm to the national park and harm to the setting of the designated heritage assets. So the way in which the presumption of favourable development works at paragraph 11D is that paragraph 11D1 allows the refusal for planning permission if strong reasons to refuse that planning permission exist, and that can be in relation to some protected features such as heritage assets and national parks. But the significance of the word strong means that there has to be a very compelling reason as to why harm in those respects necessitates a refusal of planning permission. In this instance, if we accept the previous inspector's conclusions, and we do differ from these previous inspector's conclusions in respect of the degree of harm to those features, but if you do nonetheless accept them, the previous inspector expressly identified that the heritage harm in isolation would not outweigh the benefits of the previous schemes. So we have to question whether that would amount to a strong reason for refusal. And again, the adverse effect identified in relation to the south setting of the South Downs National Park was a slight adverse effect. And yes, those harms attract great weight, but that might not necessarily amount to a strong reason to refuse planning permission. The view of the council's officers is very much the case that the appropriate balance is in relation to paragraph 11D2, as I've detailed in some depth in my report. But I should say as well that officers do recognise that there are harms associated with the scheme. We are identifying the loss of trees, harm to retained trees. We do acknowledge there are urbanising effects. There would be adverse landscape effects associated with the scheme. So all of those components are acknowledged, but those are matters to be ultimately considered within the appropriate planning balance, which in the view of officers is the tilted balance. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Opening up the debate by the committee members. Councillor Franklin, yes.
Thanks, and thanks to the officer for a very, very useful report. Just one quick point of clarification, really. It's the pedestrian access from on Newtown Road from Backs Close going south. Can you just remind me what is in place there? You did say it, but I didn't catch it.
No, it's absolutely fine. I wasn't aware the slide wasn't on screen as well, which doesn't help. So this slide might actually show it slightly clearly. So Backs Close sits the immediate north of the site, and it turns right to join Newtown Road. If you go south from that position towards Amberley Road, there's a section of Newtown Road which doesn't have a footpath. So very much it's a case of walking, doing two sides of the triangle as such, then return to Amberley Road if you're walking in that direction. If you were to come out the direct east of the site, so at the bottom, where a new access is being proposed onto Amberley Road itself, you would continue to walk on the footway on the northern side. Sorry, I do keep flipping. Here, on the right-hand side, there is an existing footway which would continue. So you'd continue to walk towards the village on an existing footway. And of course, if you were travelling back through the site, the logical thing to do would be to make use of the proposed pedestrian link into the site itself and to walk through the site. So if you had concerns about walking on the shared surface, there's an eminently easy way to avoid that. And arguably, from the perspective of this development itself, is more direct and convenient in nature.
Can I just follow up briefly?
Sorry, I'm just studying.
And can you inform us what the not the condition, but the form of the pedestrian access is all the way up the Amberley Road to the Tesco's roundabout? I mean, is it? I suppose what I'm trying to establish, is it suitable for increased pedestrian traffic with children, etc., all the way up that road?
But the view of officers is that it is. I mean, it is a 2 metre footway with street lighting and is continuous in nature. So Amberley Road is a busy road. I acknowledge that there is traffic on the road, but it is subject to a 30-mile limit in this location. And in addition, there are of course other locations in towns and cities, etc., where you will have pedestrians walking in proximity to busy roads. The 2 metre footway though is very much what the Manual for Streets expects. That's a standard which we do deem to be acceptable. And if you were concerned about walking on Amberley Road itself, it is an alternative to walk via Pulborough Road. So you can see here the way in which the site sits. So if you were concerned about walking along this road here, you could alternatively walk a very short distance further north and walk along Pulborough Road instead, and that is a quieter road. So either route is available to you.
Very quickly, if I may, just you mentioned the speed limit, but just in reference to a previous meeting, maybe a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit would be appropriate here.
I recognise the request. I mean, I'm sure it would be popular with locals, but the reality is that it isn't a component of the proposals as it sits at the moment. It hasn't been requested by the Highways Authority, and we just wouldn't have, under the seal regulation 122 tests, to insist that it is done. So I recognise the request, but I don't think it's reasonable.
Any other comments? I think Councillor Croker, then Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow up to start with on the accessibility thing. In particular, in relation to the trees. I understand that from the tree officer report that there were 3 oak trees at the northern end, one of which has died and has been removed, but its replacement is outstanding, as in it hasn't happened yet, despite the death occurring in 2016 or so. But in connection with tree 2, the tree officer seems quite concerned that the access road will pass over the route protection zone. So the first question, I suppose, is, has any consideration been given to the layout of the access road in connection with that tree, or has it been totally ignored, which I suspect? And a more practical question, perhaps, or not, would it be feasible to propose an amendment to defer, sorry, a deferment to allow the applicant to reconsider his site access position to avoid the tree protection zone for tree 2, which I think some of us might consider as an acceptable compromise to losing tree 3 in perpetuity. So there's a question there. The other thing I'd like to raise really is having technically reviewed the water neutrality documents, they are a bit of a mess really, and I'm not totally confident that it's the sort of thing that could be sorted out in an S106. It's a little bit short. I don't wish to delve into the exact technical details at this stage, but it seemed inappropriate for an S106, which really ought to be referring to technical documents rather than trying to contain technical aspects itself. So there's 2 questions, I think.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take the latter question first, because I think actually it's relatively straightforward. I mean, I acknowledge the comments about the water neutrality statement, and there are certain methods under the water neutrality statement which I don't think are necessarily as compelling as they could be. Notwithstanding the significance of the scheme, the offsetting scheme in particular being proposed, is it's a format of mitigation which has been accepted by the council and by Natural England as a general proposition. So we do accept as a council that the Synergist device will deliver a saving of 27 litres per person per day on available housing stock up to 2015, and that's the housing stock which is available to be offset in this instance. And in effect, as modelled in the officer's report and the appropriate assessment, there are a range of scenarios where the sufficient saving can be delivered under a range of options in order to derive the necessary degree of offsetting works and to mitigate the effects of the proposals. A Section 106 agreement can reserve details for approval. That is quite a common obligation under a Section 106 agreement. So whilst, yes, typically we do seek to secure a precisely worded document, etc. There are other instances, particularly, for example, where we've been attaching Grampian style conditions, where things can be left open, a little bit more open, or we can reserve scope for the approval of later details down the line. And that is the approach ultimately which we're advocating in this instance. And it's an approach as well which Natural England seem to endorse. In their confirmation that the Synergist device is appropriate mitigation, and that ultimately we should be seeking to have confidence, and we get that confidence through the Section 106 agreement, that there will be no double counting, and we can have confidence of occupancy rates, etc. So, that approach is considered to be robust. The former question, I must say, has slipped my mind slightly. Could you remind me?
It's in connection with possible deferment to give the applicant time to reconsider his road layout.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. I apologise. Yes, so to clarify, I mean, the first thing to note is the arborist's remark regarding the dead tree is you can fell a tree under a dead tree exemption under the tree preservation order regulations, and that's what happened some time ago, independent of this application, and there's a duty on the landowner to replace that tree under the terms of that permission. So irrespective of this application currently before us, there is a scope to secure that the replacement of that tree through the powers already available to us through our consideration of tree applications, etc. So it's really just a note, I would say, from the arborist perspective on that. It isn't something to prejudice this scheme in respect of. In terms of the positioning of the access, I mean, I do completely accept the positioning of the access is not ideal, and it's explicitly recognised within the report that it isn't good practice, that it will detrimentally affect the long-term retention of a tree, which is mature and does have landscape value, etc. And that does result in conflict and harm, which is balanced and considered within the officer's report. As to whether there is an alternative to reposition the scheme, or reposition the access, I must say I haven't done all the possible scenarios, but I think if you look at the comparison with previous schemes, this access has always been in the same position, because the constraint on the positioning of the access is the way in which it has to tie in with the existing access at the bottom of Backs Close. So I don't think there is a scope to shift the access further to the left in order to avoid that route conflict in a manner which would tie in an appropriate way with the existing access. And that is also partly reflecting the fact that there is a change in levels between the bottom of Backs Close and the site itself. So there are additional engineering constraints which might complicate that.
So as I read you, as I hear you rather, you're saying that a deferment would be unlikely to receive a positive response, or it just wouldn't be a feasible thing to do. So I'm not quite sure which it was.
I think we haven't explored all options, but I think on the basis of the information before us in the previous schemes, I think having a realignment is unlikely. And the other thing to bear in mind that this is a full planning application, so you shouldn't defer a planning application because you want a different scheme than the one before you. You know, a deferment is really used for points of clarification or perhaps minor changes. If you're realigning the road, you may well then have to remove or change some of the dwellings, etc., and it becomes a lot more fundamental. So I think my view is such a request would generally fall outside of the scope of a deferment, because that is the proposal you have, members, and my view is that is the one that in which you need to make a decision on. Thank you.
Councillor Croker, yes.
Thank you for that. I would come back though on the water neutrality. This 27 litres per person per day figure was based on a particular type of Synergist device. And as I read the report, Synergist are proposing using a different device on newer properties, but don't have any data on what they'd actually achieve in practice. So I have real concerns on that, but I recognise I'm going to have to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Clark.
I'm conscious that there might be a bit of duplication here, but to take what Councillor Croker said and add...
Councillor Clark, you just hold.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, slight duplication with what Councillor Croker said, but to add to what he said, I'm not convinced that the water neutrality works either. For one, looking at the calculations to do with rainwater harvesting, I think it's sloppy, because what they did was they took the average for the year, and as I have made the comment previously in a private session, it needs to be worked out on the drought period, not the average for the year, because I think that's sloppy thinking. The issue, as far as I'm concerned, why I'm concerned about the lack of clarity on the water neutrality, was when I got into the weeds, so to speak, with the TS Wood consulting document dated 15th of February 2024, and I specifically refer to paragraphs 5.8 through to about 5.15, I'm not convinced that what they're proposing will deliver what we hope it will deliver. And go back to the Synergist type thing, the original Synergist stuff was properties that were built until 2010. Now they're referring to properties built between 2010 and 2015. Reading the report, and I'm no expert, but seems to be a conflict between paragraph 5.9 and 5.12, where on the one hand, it talks about flow rates. On the other one, it talks about potential flow rate savings on post-2010 housing stock, are comparable to previous. There seems to be a contradiction. So just like Councillor Croker, on the water neutrality, not convinced.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think to be very clear, Councillor Clark, I mean, I had seen exactly the same issues, the way in which the report dealt with the modelling of flow rates and how that equated to a litre per person per day saving. And it isn't those figures within the report which we're placing reliance upon. You know, it's purely a reflection of what has been agreed elsewhere through the preparation of work that was undertaken as part of SNOWS or when it was SNOWS, and the trial scheme which was undertaken with Crawley Homes through the fitting of these types of products, which gives us the confidence that 27 litre per person per day is something which we can rely upon, and that is something which I have spoken with colleagues, SNOWS colleagues in respect of, and they endorse. It's a position which has been put to Natural England, and again they endorse as well. So I do acknowledge your concerns, but those discussions, I should say, were also explicitly in relation to housing stock between 2010 and 2015, which is exactly the scenario that we're thinking about in this instance.
Well, thank you. That's not the way I read it. I mean, I saw the 27 litres with housing stock pre-2010 with the particular valve that they chose at the time to do the exercise. When they talk about the number of houses and stuff, it doesn't come clearly across to me that it will yield what we hope it will yield, if that makes sense.
It does make sense to me. I mean, I think what I would say is that, you know, we've sought to undertake some relatively precautionary assumptions in terms of what could be undertaken. So the appropriate assessment I undertook make the assumption that the available housing stock, for example, would only be occupied by one person, and all 238 dwellings, you know, which is well off what you'd expect to see in terms of an average occupancy, both across the district and in the applicant's own reported average occupancies. I also model a scenario where only 50% of those dwellings would become available for the offsetting works, and both of those scenarios, which are precautionary in nature, do reveal that you would deliver offsetting savings well in excess of what is required to be delivered on site. And that is why the reason why we have reached the conclusion that we have in respect of that offsetting strategy.
Councillor Livingstone.
Right, I'd like to bring up again the issue of the Equality Act. I see no assessment in this application for a requirement for dwellings for disabled persons or wheelchair users and for elderly residents. No dwellings have been identified and specified in regards to Part M of the building regulations. There's for wheelchair users, for accessible use. Is it possible to add a condition so that we require an assessment from the developers and an agreement with the officers that houses, if required, can be assigned to the appropriate category under the approved document M?
Thank you, Councillor Livingstone. Unfortunately, within our current Horsham District Planning Framework, we don't have a specific policy that requires a certain amount of units to meet those criteria, though I recognise they are important and it's something we want to promote. So I think the difficulty at this stage, without a policy backing, such a condition would likely be considered unreasonable. I certainly think it's something we should be encouraging, but unfortunately my view is at the moment it's not something we can require.
Can I come back on this? It's not necessarily the policy, it's a requirement under the Equality Act of 2010 that we do not discriminate against the protected characteristics. And we're not showing that by looking at this application.
I think there's a difference between positive policies to try and produce something and active discrimination against. I think that we're perhaps conflating those two concepts.
But we're supplying houses only suitable for able-bodied persons, if I may put it that way. Are we not discriminating against those who cannot be residents in this location?
I mean, disability comes in various forms, doesn't it? And I mean, I think you talk about mobility. To be honest, it would have been helpful to have this brought up way beforehand so I could have prepared a fuller answer for you, because, you know, just raising it right now, I mean...
I did send an email to officers about this earlier
I
today.
haven't seen anything. But I mean, you know, that rules out things like, you know, suitable adaptations. I mean, lots of disabled people do live in adapted houses, and I mean, there are grants and organisations that are set up to facilitate that sort of
But
thing.
if you're building houses, for instance, for the front doors too narrow to take a wheelchair, that's a considerable adaptation you need.
Well, I understand there are building regulations that will deal with things like that, but this is not the forum to start legislating for one thing where there's a different regime. We're not supposed to be duplicating efforts. So things that are covered by building regulations that are dealt with by building regulations and should not be considered again.
But we need to. But if we don't specify what's got to be requirement for these dwellings for protected characteristics, we cannot then enforce the building regulations. Now, we're a public body, and we should go the step further, as required under the legislation.
Noted.
Councillor Vanderbilt.
Yeah, just on that, I think, you know, when we're dealing with an outline and you want to, you know, there's an opportunity to put in advisory or even some sort of, you know, forward advance. But I think in this instance, Councillor Livingston, where there's 30 homes, they're already designed. This is a material final approval, a full approval if we're going to go that way. And I just think, again, like with a road adjustment, it's just adding, it's impacting what's in front of us too much, really. But I think what I sense, which is fantastic, is you're going to beat this drum at every meeting, okay? And it's going to get through. People are going to, and I think you're going to influence something that's going to happen in the future for this council, and we'll all be proud of it. But I'm not sure this is quite the right moment.
Well, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. I would remind members that you should give your questions that need further consideration or third-party involvement, present them to the office well in advance of the meeting. Thank you. Any other comments at all on this particular? No? Okay, we'll go to the vote. The recommendation is to approve full planning permission subject to appropriate conditions and subject to the completion of a necessary section 106 agreement within 4 months of the decision of this committee, or such longer period as it is agreed by the Director of Place acting reasonably and properly. All those in favour?
Point of order. Could I ask for a recorded vote on this one, please?
You can indeed.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit late.
We are going to go to recorded vote. And all those in favour, please show.
We have to call out names.
We do. I'll start with Councillor.
Yep, I'll do it. Chairman,
It's getting
thank
late.
you.
I'm getting late.
Okay. Councillor Ellis Brown. What is your... Okay.
Again, sorry, the recommendation. I'm voting against the recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Peter Vanderbilt.
4.
Councillor Colette Blackburn.
4.
Councillor Paul Clark. Councillor Mike Croker. Councillor Mike Croker.
Apologies, Chair, I'm totally confused. Are we voting to approve or reject the motion or the vote? I'm not quite sure which.
We are voting on to approve full planning permission subject to appropriate conditions and subject to completion of necessary section 106 agreement within 4 months of the decision of this committee, or such longer period as agreed by the director of place acting reasonably and properly.
Thank you, Chair. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lynn Lambert. Councillor Dennis Livingstone. Councillor Jane Mercer.
4.
Councillor Roger Knoll.
Against.
Councillor Sam Raby.
4.
Councillor John Trollope.
I'm sorry, yeah, against.
Councillor Clive Trott.
Against.
Councillor Claire Vickers.
Against.
Councillor Jill Perry.
Against.
Have I got 15? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I'm missing somebody.
Councillor Franklin.
Franklin's.
Councillor Franklin, 4. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 against and 1 abstained.
Okay, we now need to put forward an alternative motion, which can be for deferral.
Deferral or refusal.
Or refusal. Do we have that alternative motion? Sorry, I'll repeat that. We now have to put forward the alternative motion, and we can defer or we can refuse.
But we need grounds to do that.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Tribe, sorry.
My thoughts are that I would opt for deferral, with the idea of getting, with respect to the impact it might have on the greater plan of this plan, but to find a different entrance, particularly from, I think, from the name of that road I've forgotten. Backs, yeah, other than Backs Close.
Thank you, Councillor Trollope. My view is that can't be a deferral because you're asking for significant changes to a scheme that's before you, and that is the scheme that has been submitted by the applicant. So I think my view is if that is a concern, that is a refusal, it's not a deferment. I think in terms of a deferment, if it was something like additional information on water neutrality, which has also been discussed, that's something that, you know, you can reasonably request for a deferral. my view is you can't make significant changes to the plan before you as part of a deferral. So if that is the concern of members, then that is a refusal rather than a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, noted. I'm still thinking then.
Okay, well, we need this alternative motion.
Len.
Sorry.
Chairman, sorry. If as we can't defer on the grounds of the access, I would therefore propose a refusal on the grounds of the inappropriate access and egress from the site and the impact on the residents of Backs Close and the trees which are under tree preservation orders.
Thank you, Councillor Trott. I was just asking my colleague what the inspector said as part of the previous appeal, because my concern is if you seek to refuse this scheme for a reason the inspector considered acceptable, is that therefore unreasonable and could be, subject to perhaps a cost award appeal for unreasonable decision making? My understanding is the inspector said the access was acceptable. So I think you need to bear that in mind, members, as to whether that therefore is reasonable. Obviously, that decision rests with you, but that's my understanding of what the inspector said. That the inspector, obviously, one of the key issues that the inspector raised was in terms of kind of landscape harm, and I think we haven't got the specific details around whether particular trees were noted, but obviously the impact on trees is it is part of that wider landscape impact. So it's entirely up to you, Councillor Trott, but I thought I needed to point that out to you as part of your motion. Thank you.
All right, happy to take advice on that. I mean, because obviously there's no point doing it if it's just going to get turned over at appeal. Take advice from colleagues.
What's his motion then?
What's your motion then before I go to...
5 minutes.
My motion therefore is for referral for refusal based on the impact to the environmental aspects of the ingress and access and egress of vehicles to the site, and in addition the impact on the residents.
We'll take a break for 5 minutes. I'll be able to
Finalise the wording.
finalise the wordings for this. Thank you. Councillor Trott, do you have your motion?
I do,
Alternative.
Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
My proposal to refuse on the grounds of impact on landscape and visual character, including the impact of important trees in the setting of the South Downs National Park. In addition, water neutrality has not been demonstrated to the satisfaction of the members.
Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Croker. All those in favour, please show.
In favour.
All those against?
3.
Any abstentions?
2 abstentions.
Therefore, the application has been refused. Thank you. Sorry. Before we move on, as I mentioned earlier, given the time and the amount that we have remaining to do, I would ask the members, would you like to call a halt to the proceedings now and defer the meeting, the final application to a later date?
All those in favour?
All those in favour?
Apologise to the speakers.
Abstentions? I do offer, members of the public, I do offer sincere apologies. I know you sat there for some considerable time, including Councillor Jeffrey. I do apologise, but it is rather late. Okay. Final item then before we is any urgent business. I don't have any urgent business. So I would just like to thank, excuse me, sorry, we are still in the meeting. Thank you. Well, I should wait till they leave. I'd like to thank the officers for their contributions, their reports, comprehensive reports, excellent presentations, and for the members for your contribution this evening. And I wish you all a safe journey home. And at 21:36, I bring the meeting to a close. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Like a minute.